Solid waste?
Solid waste, yes.
Solid waste.
And Jerry's coming up here, so while we're waiting on him.
Jerry's
coming
coming in.
Did you finish eating, Jerry? Yes, sir. Did you get seconds? I did. All right. As long as you got seconds, and we could postpone if we need to.
He's getting his stuff.
Okay, we'll go over the revenues for the solid waste fund that encompasses both solid waste and forestry.
Okay,
And that's starting on page 54. Currently, per the rate analysis, there's a 30% increase. And you can see that under the solid waste fees, the yard waste fees, recycle fees.
and is that started or is it getting ready to start?
It's getting ready to start. That'll be the rate increase for the new fiscal year. So starting for July consumption.
So we'll see it in August.
Correct.
Or the customers will see it.
Last year's rate increase? That's it.
I can find out.
I thought it was the same increase. No?
I think it goes up every 2 or 3 years. It goes up like from 30 to 35.
Every year?
Well, we broke it down. Remember, it was supposed to go up 80, 100% or whatever. and
We staggered it.
stair-stepped. Yeah, staggered
I
it.
just thought the first 2 years was the same increase, but I'm probably wrong.
That's why we gotta get this plant going.
Yeah, we do.
And then the solid waste fund does also get a portion of the environmental gross receipts tax. And there is the blanks here for the federal and state grants, which will get added in after the budget.
Where's that at? Under
Up on top.
federal?
Up on the top, the intergovernmental.
410.
Yep.
So Madison, the solid waste fees going up considerably, and that's because of the rate increase?
Yes.
Okay.
And the yard. And the water and all that was all done. So the recycle fees, how does that work again, Jerry?
Well, we're supposed to be paying Green Tree for our recycle, but we don't.
Because they don't pick it up.
Well, we pick up a lot of it.
So when
It
does
gets
that
contaminated.
contract end?
Sorry.
With Green Tree?
No, where we're hauling the,
Oh, Mayor Crawford,
We've already
Council Corey,
stopped it.
we terminated it back in, I think it was it mid-March, May, or April? I think it was
what are
April.
we doing with all
We're
that?
storing the material
Where at?
out past the downs.
Oh,
Tanner Irons place,
yeah.
it's a EPA-approved site. And so then they'll process it, but they keep it whole. It keeps the energy, it's not a combustible issue. And then they'll grind it and haul it at that point. And then we get a 15% reduction, so whatever number that we have in here, it's gonna be 15% less than what we were doing. But this is at the old prices, because the new prices at United Waste Systems have they have doubled.
Universal.
Yeah,
That's
Universal.
a Universal has
They were
doubled.
gonna more than double.
Yeah.
So Jerry, are you guys pretty well on top of the yard waste? I mean, I see the grapple trucks out, but I see a lot of piles.
Mayor Corey, we're working a lot of overtime to stay with it, especially after all these trees. We got people coming in on weekends.
Yeah.
We got guys coming in off the routes that start at 3 a.m. They come in and run a grapple when they get off their trash truck
Yeah.
at 11:30, just to stay up with it. And thank God we got plenty of grapple trucks now.
Yeah, exactly.
You're down 2, aren't you?
I'm just down one driver
one.
right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir. put out for it, but nobody's put in for it yet.
Mr. Parsons, Ron asked me to give an update on the grapple trucks that we had running with the contractor. So we ran with Southwest Contracting, Cody Wilson. We did 30 days with them with grapple truck removal with a skid steer, and we've finished that contract. Currently now, P&M has 2 grapple trucks that are running, and they're picking up the debris and yard waste from the right of way, taking that to Tanner Irons property right now. We did haul about probably 8,000, or was we had they gave us a credit. The Irons property gave us a credit of 7,000 due to the emergency as part of the IPUSA, and we've hauled 5,000 down there to date as part of that contract. And then P&M has started
5,000 cubic tons?
5,000 cubic yards, sir.
Cubic yards?
Yes, sir. And so right now, P&M is currently working. I've been sending them any areas where there's large piles. They did pick up some up there on Coyote Lane, and as well as E-Barb, there was some big piles up there. So P&M is running 2 grapple trucks right now through Community Tree Service, which is a sister company of Cody Wilson's company, Southwest Contracting.
So what are we paying Tanner to?
Nothing right now.
It's not part of our deal. We'll have a dump fee, but the trucking company that's doing the distribution, that's figured into their deal, they'll be hauling it.
Okay.
And Levi, the stuff that P&M's picking up, is that just from the P&M tree, or are they just picking up the right of way?
They're picking up everything.
So what do we do with the recycle if the recycle people aren't picking up?
Well, sometimes it's contaminated, so we
Yeah,
have
I know.
to take it to the transfer station.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was gonna say, okay.
All into them. I'm wondering if it all ends up in the landfill.
To be honest with you, there's not much money in that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough
Makes people
material.
feel good, but
Yeah,
when I first came here in the early 2000s, they used to have a baler, and we used to bale cardboard and all that.
uh-huh.
And Leonard, put a pencil to it. We were losing money, especially like when
Sure.
the cylinder went out in our baler. To have to fix the baler.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you ain't, man.
Yeah,
It hurts you.
you're right, Jerry. It just makes people feel good, so.
What's frustrating is that when they ask, is everything being recycled? And I'm like, say, not everything, because of contamination. And I try to explain that. We put stickers on the recycling containers and stuff, because I know when they go to Green Tree, if that delivery is contaminated, it goes to the landfill.
Wet, if it's wet.
Yeah, if it's wet, cardboard, newspaper,
deer.
any of that, but you put plastics in a dog bag, a dog food bag, a lot of people do that, thinking it's all recyclable. That contaminates the whole load.
Yeah,
And so it's just that education process that's going in there. And Mayor, I did ask Crystal Ingalls if she can come and talk to us about the landfill at our May meeting, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, would she do it?
Jerry,
Yes,
let
ma'am.
me get you one.
I think this was mine.
Oh, is it?
I think.
It was laying right there. But anyway, so hopefully, because that's where at the joint meeting with Green Tree and Otero Solid Waste, the fee was looking at our regular municipal waste, the fee's going up $10 a ton. So that's where I said, well, we got to figure that out before this, which we got it built in on the increase, but it might be more.
So, do we, have ownership in the landfill?
Yes, sir.
We own, is it a fourth?
Well,
A
not a
third is the way I,
Third, and we're the biggest contributor.
Yeah, of course.
you know, and then when they were dividing up there for a long time, they were given a
Refund. Refund of.
and they just do it, even though we were putting in the majority, it was divided out amongst all the partners. So the smallest person got the biggest reward. It was a scam. So we've actually, and he's still looking into Three Rivers. There's a greenway site there that's been going on. We had looked at that at one time to be able to dispose of. It's closer, but
Is that on 54?
no, it's on.
Between Carrizozo and Tularosa.
Tularosa
It's-
over.
that's
It's north of
right.
Tularosa, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an 80-acre site that the racetrack was using for their greenways.
I remember, yeah.
Are those dumps lined?
No, this is just green waste, direct surface. The Three Rivers site, I'm not speaking for Otero and Green Tree.
Okay. Otero is lined?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they're
doing
all
another
lined
line
and-
right now, because it's getting, we're pretty high up right now.
Yeah, I know.
Our semis
It's becoming a
are having
mountain.
a hard time.
And they're opening up another cell, but
Yes, sir.
another thing I've been working or trying to help Jerry is that we need to look at our recycling agreement, with Green Tree. I mean, for one thing, we're responsible for maintaining the blue dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
And that's where we don't need to be doing that if, you
We
know.
don't.
And then location spots. I get more complaints for up here on Country Club because they're right next to the road. They used to be down here at Hull.
Yeah, exactly.
And people could pull off and go there, you know, so a lot of people, use White Mountain, but then that's when Jerry's called because they're full and overflowing and everything, so we just go empty them, dump them out.
Yeah, because most of those, the cardboard, it's dirt, I mean, they can't use it. Because
And
they're putting all kinds of different things in.
don't even have dead animals. I mean, everything in the,
It's biodegradable.
is just thrown in them blue dumpsters.
Anyway, sorry to get off track there, Mayor.
So start out with your capital outlay request.
So what we're asking for, our capital outlay is, 2 semis and trailers to replace our 2008 367 Peterbilts. And, we've brought this before, but I haven't had nobody be able to build it. And, that's to replace my dumpster trailer. It's a specialized trailer for the dumpsters. And then we had brought that to foam the roof at our transfer station shop.
So, Madison, what's the status of those?
All three requests are currently in the proposed budget. You'll find the two semi-tractors and trailers under 53001 for equipment and vehicles, as well as the dumpster transport trailer. The insulate dumpster maintenance shop is going to be under 53000, building improvements.
So, were you spraying that? I forgot.
Yes, sir, it's a spray foam. And,
Okay.
we'd actually brought that to y'all last year, but we never have got to do it, so, we're gonna.
Who's
try
gonna
to-
do it?
An outfit in Albuquerque called Sprayway.
Okay?
It's the same one that did our transfer station, big transfer station a few years back. And then my organization and a chart. We're, like we said a while ago, we're fully staffed except for one operator driver.
So that's, vacant position is budgeted.
It's out, yes, sir.
Okay.
And on the budget, we're pretty much the same all the way across. The only ones we went up on, we went up on equipment rental because, my backhoe and my loader at the transfer station is up. So we're gonna have to get a new one, start a new rental. So that's gonna go up a little bit. And then we went up on dumpster maintenance because, the metal and stuff we buy out of dumpster maintenance has gone up higher. And other than that, we're pretty much the same.
What brand are those trailers, those walk-in floor trailers?
They're called, McNeilus.
Neil, yeah, I've seen that before.
We also have Travis trailers.
How long are
Bought
those?
in 2008 are Travis trailers.
How big are these
They're 53 foot.
footers?
These are big trucks, huh?
You know, and you use these for the transport from the,
Transfer station.
transfer station to the,
To the landfill.
Yes, sir.
What about gas, Jerry?
We just stayed the same.
Okay.
We do pretty good there.
You fill up in Mescalero or what?
Every time I get the chance.
I do. I know I do. There you go.
That's heresy.
Yeah, I do.
Jerry, do you have anybody that's going to be retiring this year?
Me,
When are you retiring?
the 18th of December.
Or that's your last day of work, but the 31st is your retirement day.
Well, I was gonna retire, the 18th is my last day,
Okay.
because the way we're all on record now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Well, I just was gonna say the tax people say that not to get a paycheck in January, so I
Right.
wasn't gonna go till the end. I think it's time.
and we've got somebody succession-wise.
Well, Robin knows the business very well. She's been with me for 12, 13 years. And she knows the business pretty good.
I love that.
I do appreciate the council all these years. Because, that's really helped me build an empire over there. Rifle knows how it was, Adam knows how it was at first, but
I just don't know what we'd do without your department. I mean, it's just,
well, we help
It'd be
out,
Real trashy around
we
here.
help out general fund a lot, so.
with, you know, the dumpster, people putting stuff by the dumpsters and 1 minute and the next minute it's gone because our bear mess people have picked it up. And then with all the grapple, you know, trees and everything, you know, you just do a great job, your guys.
We always appreciate you, Counselor. You always tell us.
Yeah.
We always appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for keeping it clean, man.
Yeah, no lie.
He always answers his phone.
That's a tough trip.
Call me on my old one.
Yep. He always does.
See y'all.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. We're gonna have some rough retirements this year.
Yeah. I forgot he was.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Dick.
Mayor and council, the forestry department is giving you about the same budget we've had for the last several years. I'll go by and go through and update some of them. The only addition we're asking to as far as personnel, we'd like to upgrade one of our technician positions to a project manager. And one of the reasons I'm doing that is because of succession. With one of the new recruits we got, he's got a ton of fire experience, and he's actually probably running 75% of the barrier project for us. And so that kind of a person, right now, the way it is, I'm on the front end of nearly everything we do. And if I were to drop dead or leave or something, well, it'd be hard for somebody to come in and actually carry that on. And so I need somebody that I can train to do what I do on the way. So that's the reason we request that. It's about a $9,500 increase in our personnel costs, but that's about it.
Well, that might be a good spin, though.
I feel like that's a great spin.
Mm-hmm.
So who all do you have now in your department?
We've got Cass Davidson, we've got Eric Anela, and Isaiah. I have 2 vacant positions.
Isaiah, that's the one I was forgetting. Yeah.
Oh, so you have 2 positions not filled.
We have 2 positions not filled right now.
Yeah.
And Eric is incapacitated for a while. He had surgery, and so he's been not able to do some of the work that he's able to work some, but not to do the whole load.
Uh-oh, okay.
For the budget, we've asked for a little more overtime, from $3,000 to $8,000 increase. And primarily that's for weekend work. We have two snow blades, and so we plan for them to do some of the snow work. And in addition to that, in order for us to keep up with some of the things we're doing with the computers and the new system and everything, it's going to require probably some overtime work for our office manager to get that up and running. We're just getting started on that. And the contractual, we've had 50,000 this past year, and I bumped that up to 65. And part of that is we anticipate a really heavy year of bark beetles kills on a lot of the village property. They won't be hazard trees, but there'll be bark beetle kill that we'll probably need to take care of. The hazard trees remains the same at 25,000 as it was the last 2 or 3 years. And so those are the major, one thing, all these things were discussed in our plan that we proposed earlier. And one of the things that we had in there was to buy some equipment for displays. I've got 3,000 in this budget to upgrade our displays. What we're using now are 20 years old and kind of out of date. And that's pretty much the budget, unless you have some questions.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So Dick, since you're down 2 people, Eric's part-time at best, are we able to keep up with the inspections with the forest? I mean, with our properties?
So far, between myself and the new guy we got, Isaiah, he's a hand. And so he's really picked up a lot of the slack. And Cass is doing a good job too. And Eric is well enough where he's taking care of the hazard trees pretty much.
Okay.
And so we're getting by.
Oh, okay.
But we haven't sent out a letter in a little bit. But we've been putting a flyer in the bills And those have actually brought a lot of people in.
Really?
That's maybe working better than our $10,000 worth of certified letters.
So you put the flyer in their bill that they need to clean their property, not
It's
everybody?
Tell them basically that they may be out of compliance, they need to
Okay.
check their compliance because
okay.
their rates have gone up, and they call in, and we've been sending out a lot of copies of certifications, and they've been checking a lot, and it's brought a lot of scheduling.
Okay, well, that's good.
And so we're getting ready, we're gonna try something a little bit different this year. We're gonna send out, instead of sending 600, 700, 1,000 of them at once, we're gonna send 150 to 200 to try to get the work time shorter on each of the letters we send out, so we can get a little more efficient that way.
Oh, okay.
And then our new system is going to have a self-registration part of it too, where people can actually call in and schedule themselves. So we're working towards that end, and as soon as we get things kind of going, then we'll work towards the 7-year rotation as opposed to the 10-year. I think we'll be able to get there, but it's going to take a while.
Okay,
Any other questions?
no,
I'd really like to thank you guys for the support we've had with the 3 new technicians and the pickups and things we need to supply them, because it's really helping. And
good.
So who do you have someone in mind already for this new position, or is it be a new hire?
Isaiah is the one that I'm planning to put in that position. Like I say, he's already proved himself with the barrier project, and because of his fire experience and that kind of stuff, he's really picked up on our certification process. And so, you know, the barrier project was kind of dumped on us, and he's kind of taken it, and so far, we've got committed about 400 acres of property in the village that's committed to that. And for the most part, Isaiah's actually laid out the properties, flagged the properties, and he's working with the contractor to make sure that they meet our compliance standards. And so he's really been a benefit to us.
Well, good.
Are you still getting a lot of phone calls from insurance agents and whatever to try to help people get in compliance?
We don't get very many calls from insurance. We get calls from some of the property owners that say they have to cut trees and that kind of stuff.
Because their insurance companies
Yeah.
send them something?
Yeah, some of them are pretty demanding, and most of them are not that bad. Some of the insurance companies, State Farm in particular, is just requiring that first 5 feet to be, but the rest of it, they're accepting our ordinance. So it's being worked out, but it's, we're having a few growing pains, but not too bad.
Yeah, we all are. Okay. Any other questions?
Thanks, Dick.
All right, thank you, Dick.
Appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're going to be going into the fire and EMS funds.
Chief?
Yeah, Elaine thought she was going to get by.
Chief looks refreshed. Did you just get a nap, or everything's going well and,
Yeah, I could use a nap.
yeah? And sliding in right in time. I was just reading off your warning for the red flag, so. Yeah, y'all can share that one down there, and then that one's good.
So it'll be these two. Both of those were put into the proposed. And then even though these weren't put in, you can still, you would like to talk about them, you can.
With the personnel. Okay. So, start by talking about our capital outlay. And we tried to keep things as tight as possible this year, so we didn't want to, we already know what kind of situation we're all in, so. Anyway, with that, we have some maintenance that we need to put on fire stations 1 and fire stations 2, and some tools as well. So, where did it go here? Oh, right here. Okay, so we have, when we talk about our extrication equipment, that's stuff that we use to basically cut people out of cars. So the car wrecks and stuff like that. So we're one set shy of having a full arsenal for the department in all districts. So we budgeted for that, and in that same amount, we put in our new rope rescue equipment, because these last floods kind of taxed our ropes and damaged a lot of them, some of the pulley systems, carabiners, stuff like that. So we put that's part of that 50,000 right there, to get the extrication and rope equipment up to par.
Chief, what about the new ladder truck?
The new we don't have it. You mean getting one?
Yeah.
So right now I'm looking into used trucks because we can't afford a new truck. A new truck is $4.5 million and 4 to 5 years out. So I'm looking into used but certified trucks. And everything I've found so far, I've lost because other municipalities, other jurisdictions are doing the exact same thing. So, I can find one for $500,000, $600,000, that's a lot better than $4.5 million. But somebody else has the money right up front and they buy it. So we're trying to allocate some money in one of our funds, our SURF fund. I believe that's what it's called. It's from where we put our money from our RMP assignments and donations and all that kind of stuff, to where when we do get that, I do find that truck, the money's right there waiting. So.
Ron, have we heard anything else from the league on that?
Mayor, the last I heard in council from AJ was the wiring was not in good shape, and they pulled a lot of wiring out, and they couldn't figure out what needed to be even done, and I think it was Roswell that might have did that, so. But going back to Chief's, New Mexico Finance Authority will finance a certified used vehicle. They do have a program for that if that's another option, so.
So, does that answer pretty much kind of how we're trying to get that situation handled?
Money.
And on the extraction or extrication equipment, is that the Jaws of Life, is that hydraulic or are they the smaller portable?
So the new equipment's all around hydraulics, so it's a combination of hydraulic and electric.
Electric?
Mhm.
Okay. And the HVAC system?
So the HVAC system, they've been putting money into this thing for the last 10 years, trying to get it every single winter to try to get it to keep it warm, and then when the summer comes to cool it off. And this is just station 1. So we had the people that actually built it, that White Sands Construction used whenever they built the station, come and diagnose what the actual problem was instead of just trying to Band-Aid it every single year. And the boiler's out, all the thermostats are out, just to put thermostats, because there's a thermostat per room in that building. So it was over $20,000 just in thermostats. So the boiler and built the entire system to make it right, that's what that is.
The 75,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the boiler too?
That's the whole thing, yes, sir. So there shouldn't be a problem, it'll be warranted from that point.
And that's through White Sands?
No, that's who they use, is General Hydronics?
General Hydronics.
General
Okay.
Hydronics is the company, but it's who designed the system.
Are you good with that? You remember how many problems we had all over in the library? And what was the name of that company that we hired for the library?
Mayor and council, that company was out of El Paso. I can't recall the name on there, but they,
I mean, anytime we've had anything, they've done it.
yes, the one that we use was Metalcraft is the one that were out of Las Cruces, and man, that was, trying to reach them was, the tech,
Nightmare.
yeah, but the company was a different company out of El
So
Paso.
do we have to go out for an RFP for this? this 75,000. I wonder if we could have those people look at it too, to make
And I
sure.
believe they were on the state price agreement.
Is this for a brand-new one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was gonna ask, because I know that, you had mentioned something, Mayor, a while
Do we have a
back.
conflict here? I'm just wondering, you have permission to speak, so I want to know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ma'am, do I have permission to speak?
Honey, can I talk?
A while back, you were saying something about HVAC, and some of the HVACs, the systems that do not work in certain altitudes and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I think that's what that station has in it now. That's why it would never work. So I'm glad Susan asked that question if there's a brand new one, because this, even during the couple of the stuff we've been at the fire station.
Oh, exactly.
It wouldn't work.
It was always messing up because of at one point it was, the ground was too deep, or it couldn't go deep enough because of the rocks, because it was some kind of hydraulic system yeah, I remember all that. No, this is supposed to do exactly what it's,
Yeah. There's no sense in putting $20,000 here and there. Let's get a new one. So, so I'm guessing that we're not getting new firemen this year, is that still in the budget?
New what?
no,
We had, what, 9 people, 9 new ones that
we
was,
proposed an additional 9 this year to try to get us to where we had a company per station, per district.
right.
And it just wasn't feasible. It came out to, what was the total? It was like 96,000
Yeah,
per
that's a
person.
lot. Okay.
Yes, with the grand total of the 869,000.
This was an additional
But
869.
But with the firemen that we have right now, we'll still be able to put them into Station 4 if we do a new station?
No.
No, it's not manned yet.
So it'll be classified as a main station, but it won't be a manned main station. So
Okay.
there'll be nobody there.
Okay.
Mayor, that was PC Automated Controls.
Yes.
Bob Lindsay's a sales guy you and I worked with.
Yep. We gotta let them know we're looking for that help, because they've been really the best in all the years I've been here to deal with.
Mayor, council, on the 9 proposed additional personnel members that you were talking about, Chief, I mean, if we were to obtain those 9 persons, I mean, would that significantly help our ISO ratings?
Yes, sir, that's one of the few things that will help our ISO is additional personnel.
Is having that personnel? I mean, I know 9's number-wise, that's a big number for 9 personnel. Would 4 help?
Yes,
Would-
anything will help. It really will. The reason I went with 9 is to try to even up the shifts.
Gotcha.
So we have 3 stations, and we have three guys per shift, I guess, on each truck. So to
Okay.
make a company, you need 4.
Okay,
So that's where I went with that.
that's where that would help.
So, Chief, the increase in, I was under the impression we had to increase the number of firefighters plus by the ladder truck. Are you saying
That's true.
not necessarily?
No.
As far as improving the ISO?
No, as far as improving the ISO, the biggest things that we can do that give us our biggest improvement, the greatest number will be the ladder truck and the personnel. So it's not, because we can add water too, and we can add telecommunications as well, but the bang for your buck is gonna come from that aerial piece of apparatus and personnel. But without the personnel, we're never gonna get to it too. So that's just one of the things that will hold us from that too, is the aerial apparatus and the personnel.
Correct me if I'm sorry, Mayor, Council, correct me if I'm wrong though, but by making our ISO rating better, that would then make our community members a little bit more appealing to insurance and technically lower insurance rates across the board?
Possibly it'll lower it some, but you're still not gonna be where we were at. Those days are done, just because of the fire that we had.
Sure.
But, yeah, that's ISO, but let's keep perspective. we're the only one that has a full-time fire department in the whole county. We're the only one that has a rating, and the rating that we had before was not a true rating. We weren't ever really a 2. We found out after dealing with the fire marshal and all of the different ones, because they thought we already had 2 fire ladder trucks this whole time. So we were really never a 2. And so we're a solid 3, and that's where we're gonna be at for a while until we can afford all the personnel, the ladder truck, and all the other things. And we're gonna have at the next council meeting, you're gonna get a line item view of just how much we've expended and invested in the firefighters, the material, the apparatuses, all the stuff over the last 7, 8, 9 years. It's tremendous. And so we're not gonna get it down. You live in the county, I don't even know what the rating is. I was told they don't even get a rating, and another one told me they thought theirs was 11. And so Ruidoso Downs is at, and it's really not even a fair comparison because the ISO is meant for a city, and we're with Wildland Fire. And all of our fire came from the forestry and from the tribal. So we can build into it, but there's no way we're gonna get it done this year. And even if we were to go drag a track in here tomorrow and find 9 volunteers that'll go to work for us and get them all trained, it still wouldn't change that for a year.
Correct, so we have to show them, well, it's gonna be 3 to 5 years worth of.
3 to 5 years.
So we're gonna go from July 1, we're gonna go to a 3. And like the mayor's saying, a 3 is a very respectable position and it really is good for insurance. So the ISO 2 is better, of course, 1 is the best. Whenever we say we're a 3, we're right in the middle, we're a 75, we're a real strong 3. You got 80 points is a 2. Once you get to that 80 mark or up, it doesn't really, you're paying for your buck. What are you gonna get for how much insurance is gonna drop? We don't really know that because we're already getting taxed with the insurance. They're looking for any reason right now to raise the insurance.
Sure.
So,
That's what they got us on right now is, so they're on us, and then when we found out we didn't have 2 trucks, and that's what they had on the inventory, that didn't look good for us, but we've got things like increasing water flow to some of our new fire hydrants that we're doing. That will add to it. That's why it's important that we do the leak detection. We make sure we have plenty of water reserve. They have to do testing on the fire hydrants with the water department.
annually.
Annually. So doing all of these things and making sure the fire hydrants, we're replacing a bunch because they got too hot and melted seals. So doing those things, and then when we are able to locate a truck, we can do that. And then when we're able to go on, once we got our house in order, then we can start looking at hire and do other things.
Councilor Buffy and the mayor, one of the things that we've looked at, even when I was Public Works Director, is looking at some other communities, or especially around the state. I mean, you look at Tier C, there's nothing to burn in Tier C, and they're I think a 6 or an 8.
Mm-hmm.
And Elephant Butte's like a 9. And they have, they have the lake right there. It just depends on, what qualifications that they have put in order, like, Kata's in the Public Works Department has put in order to actually obtain the 3 and the 2. So we're actually in a pretty good spot.
Because we've worked for many years to do things right. Like having water storage. If we don't have water supply in that area, we have a tank. Like if you go up Flume Canyon in certain areas, we have water tanks up there that we can tie into for fire suppression. A lot of those things. And that's one of the things that I have a call in for Stallings with Aerotech, about putting in the 2 seaplanes and 2 helicopters. What will that look like? Will that help, And so there's a lot of these things that we're working on that it takes a while to put together. But if we wanted to today and we were able to have the money and the people, we wouldn't get any credit for it for a while. Okay. So we just need to build into when we get to that number, we're solid. Just like 3, we want to make sure we maintain and improve our position at 3 so that when we hit 2, it's not a shadow game.
I got you.
And that's kind of where we were at before.
Well, we've got all of this. We've done so well with our safety equipment, all the equipment that we need provided for our firefighters, but it really boils down to we're a mountain community, our forest has burned, and insurances are not wanting to insure us.
No.
So, we can pretty much continue to make our department as good as it possibly can be, but really the whole thing is
Well, and the amount of effort that yourselves and we put into this to try to get back to that too, like they told us that we would be able to if we did the things that we did, really helped us solidify that 3. Because if we would have been graded the same way they graded us this time, which is very subjective, but if they would have graded us the same way, we would have been a 4. So it was really good that we did put the work and you guys put the money into us like you had to get us to where we are, because the community would be suffering even more. So, but.
Yeah, because how many firemen have we added in the last couple of years?
I want to say, well, when I started, it was 5, 5, and 5, and now we're 9, 9, and 9. But that means that's 21 years, but I don't recall when did
It doesn't matter, but we have added,
Exactly.
and then all of our protection, I don't know.
And that
It's
last
very
new big
frust-
truck we got took us, gosh, a year and a half to get, and then it wasn't quite right.
3.5.
Was it 3.5? My gosh, I can't believe it's
Was
been.
that the one that got damaged?
That
Yep.
was the one that got wrecked the other day.
And then we still haven't got notice that the top 6s are ready.
The Type 6s are ready. They're just waiting on
So
us
we're
to
gonna
come
go
pick
get
them up.
'em?
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
We're
And
supposed
what's
to
the
pick them up
type
on the
6,
7th.
the littler one?
It's the 1-ton.
Yes, the wildland trucks.
Yeah, okay.
Those are both ready and waiting for us to go get them in Weatherford. So we'll head down there on the 6th, test them out on the 7th, and come home.
It's a long drive in that truck.
These aren't too bad because they're dualies. They're not like the big trucks. I guess that's kind of it on that. Do we have any other questions on any of those?
I notice, we don't have legal expense. Is that just absorbed at the administrative level?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, yes, we have under, I believe HR, but now the others are in the legislative department.
And that's gonna continue on that piece, where, I mean, if there's more legal expenses, they're gonna cover that?
Yes, we'll continue to cover that.
Can we touch on your building, handrails and stucco?
Building handrails and stucco.
110,000 under building property maintenance,
Oh, yeah.
2107.
Okay. Right here. Okay, yeah, yes, sir. So that's going to be just some of the maintenance items that we're unfortunately having to do right now. In Station 1, the handrails and all the I-beams, everything that's painted white, they're all flaking off, rusty.
It sure is. I noticed when you go in the front door, or whatever that door is up there.
So last year, we had set money aside to stain the building. So this year, we're going to try to get all those handrails and everything painted so they'll quit rusting and look nice. And then the stucco on Station 2 is all popping off the front of it.
Really? Didn't we just do that a few years ago?
Yeah,
Just a couple.
Oh, so that leads me to the contractor we're using on 4.
Correct.
Are we still good?
We are, and he'll be starting any day now.
Oh, he hadn't actually seen his work yet.
No, I've seen his work that he did in the county. I haven't seen it,
Okay.
not for us yet.
Okay, but he's getting ready to get started. Okay.
Do you know which process he'll be doing? Is it the quote-unquote Western one-coat stucco application?
The new contractor, he's going back metal. We don't have to do anything different on that building because it was already metal.
I think he was talking about stucco.
I'm talking about the stucco application.
On the stucco, which
Sorry.
process is
Oh,
it?
on this new one, no, I don't know which one it was. It was,
Elastomeric, Trowelon.
well, they said that it was elastomeric that I'd have to use to paint it, but I don't know which product they were gonna do on what they quoted me.
Okay.
So we'll
just
get
'cause one
quotes and
lasts,
look at all of that.
Yeah, one lasts a significant longer amount of time than the other.
Yep.
Which one is that? And I'll just tell them that's what I want.
Well, if he's gonna go back on with an elastomeric, that's just a rubberized poly-based paint that they'll apply to the exterior surface, and it's
Doesn't last
basically like
forever.
putting sealant on the stucco, and if there's actually subterraneous stucco damage or underlayment deterioration, then you'd want to go all the way back with a new underlayment and come back with that Western one-coat stucco finish, so that way it's.
But I don't know what's on
longer
there.
term.
I don't either, because there's a metal building behind it, and I don't know if they did.
Is
How
that-
they
if
apply
they-
it.
If they have to fix the cracks, it has to be real stucco.
It's a whole.
If it's elastomeric, they'll just spray it and paint it. So-
Which will look all right for a little while, but it's
Yeah.
not a sustainable, it's not a sustainable finish.
And that's all reflective in the price, but who can do it? That's the question.
I forget what the company that I brought, it was that, it wasn't One Stucco.
Okay, we just
Not a
look-
local contractor,
It
though.
was a local
It was
contractor.
a local contractor.
But I can't remember his name. I was the one that
okay, we'll just look at that, make sure because I have paid a lot of money and it didn't last no time.
Yeah, it's,
So, all right,
we did have our overtime go up. We were able to adjust that, as you can tell, for years and years and years. We're always blowing our overtime, but you guys already know that just from the disasters and why and manpower and until we get some break in the weather, it's gonna continue to do that even like today, I have to have a full staff and we
Yeah.
got guys that also have to have days off. So if I give a guy a day off or we have guys on patrol, I have to call guys in and it's just the nature of the beast right this moment with this weather that we're having. But we did up that. We did miss Missy Lane's retiring, so that should be put on there.
What?
What? No, can't, Lane, it's not put
Sorry,
down
yeah,
here.
it's not on here.
It's
No.
not here, so it's
when
there.
does that happen?
See you another year.
When does that happen?
Just a few months, September 18th.
Oh my gosh.
Elaine, is there anyone in the pipeline that could even come close to doing what you do?
No,
Nope.
I wish.
Looking at the general fund budget, we haven't added in any of the retirement figures. Those still have to be calculated. So you'll see that reoccurring throughout all departments.
Yeah.
But we're aware of.
Yeah, so we need to start looking at replacement.
Yeah, most definitely, or at least get someone in there that you can start training them your processes and procedures.
And we've spoke with HR and Ron and everything, and we've been sitting in on a few of the, I think it was PD and airport, they've had a bunch of, so we've been watching to see some of their applicants.
Okay,
Yeah, that last interview process, there was a lot of good ones in there, so,
okay.
and they already live here.
That's a bonus.
That
Big
is a
one, yeah.
bonus.
Yeah, they get points for that.
Yeah. Miss Elaine, I'm sorry.
So how's the T-Mobile stuff working?
It's actually working pretty good, the tablets for the RMP assignments, they actually work really well.
They do as good as the Verizon?
In town, they work better than Verizon,
Really?
but whenever you leave, there's some spots that they have to hook the other towers.
Okay. All right, anybody else?
I think, Mr. Brophy had
If I could add a little something,
Okay,
Mayor and council, so when we have a situation where we have somebody that has worked with us a long time and has a lot of specialized knowledge, we allow them to hire or potentially hire a new replacement
Before.
2 or 3 months in advance so that they have one-on-one training. So even though we don't have that cost, there's savings within the general fund on other departments. Well, that will offset those costs.
Yeah.
Okay. That actually was gonna kind of be my question is, for Elaine specifically was, if we hired someone in the next 30 to 60 days, is that an adequate amount of time for you to train that person to?
It's gonna have to be.
Okay, that's, I mean, I'm with that,
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
And Cade he knows what I do. So,
Yeah.
where I get to leave off, he'll be able to take the reins, but we'll do a lot in as much time as we can.
Okay.
He can. I've got faith in you. But yes, we're hoping that, I think they said we're gonna try to post May 1st.
I'm trying to get it
Okay.
filled by June.
Yeah, that'll be
Somebody,
good,
so we'll
yeah.
have, like, what's that, June, July, August?
Yeah, at least 3 months to try to get someone tuned up.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like what you do is so valuable to our community and to not have someone that is, hip to the beat as you are, our community could suffer from that, so.
Yeah, this is
Kate could.
definitely a big one. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna
I won't
suffer.
let him fall.
This is a big one.
I don't know if you can suffer much more, I don't know if you can take it.
You don't know how bad I feel, but
No.
25 years, I'm ready.
But, that's what I'm saying, I'm worried because in some of these key positions, to find that right person, it takes a while.
Yeah. And is that person even gonna last 2 to 3 months, you know, getting trained and
Exactly.
feeling the burdens and the pressures of that position?
And I'll have to say, I'll have to take that back. Somebody's gotta work.
We'll get her back soon. Going to, kind of in the equipment maintenance and vehicle maintenance, we lost a little bit there that I was noticing, and that's gonna hurt a little bit just due to the sheer, I guess, how old our equipment is. Right now, I'm keeping my fingers crossed because we got all of our trucks getting pump tested right now. And if they don't pass, then we don't have if those trucks don't pass and that equipment doesn't count, that our ISO will get worse because basically we won't have the piece of equipment that's mandated to have in the stations. So we have to have a fully functional Class 8 truck in that station right over there, or in all of our other stations. If they don't pass their tests, then we don't have that and we lose that money. So.
And it's just from them sitting there rotting?
No, those have to be, that's why they go 3 years' worth of data, because they have to be utilized in fires. So they're just, what we have are just sold just because the fleet was never truly rotated. So we do have 2 new Class A's coming in, but they're replacing an 80s model that we can't truly get rid of yet, and an early 90s model. So we can't put them out yet because we need those to fill in the other stations, or those stations won't give us the money we need for
Yeah.
the protection in the town. So,
80s model trucks?
yes, sir.
Okay.
In fire truck, that's, not too old. I mean, that's getting older, but.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot, we have a 40s model. Yeah, oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
so on those, I'm just a little, we'll
Yours is a little
have to
different, though.
figure out a way to get that back. And then on the contractual services, that's our communications. So that went from 20 to 5,000. We can try to maybe move some stuff around at that point. That's our communications, and that's gone up drastically. One radio now is $2,900. So that right there will that will buy me 1 radio. So I'll have to, but I can dip into, so I'm gonna try to use the fire fund as well. I'll show you that in just a little bit. We talked about the handrails and stucco already, the CAD system, and First Due. So we have found a new reporting system and tracking system that we're gonna implement, and it's called First Due. It correlates with the new software that the PD got, that Mark 43, and we've jumped in with the PD to get that. Of course, it costs us money, just like it costs the PD, but not near as much for us because they already have it implemented.
Yeah.
So that's that right there, where it says CAD system and software, what they're talking about there. It's like I said, one of it is tracking our inventory, and the rest of it is writing our reporting system, and then a CAD system. A CAD system is where dispatch taps you out to a call, and then it all populates on a tablet, shows you en route, and you can monitor your trucks where they're at, if they're good or if they're bad, if they need help, all the stuff that we should have had for several years that we haven't. But now we're catching up with the game, and that's what that is. I can field some questions on that if you need. Right, and then we already talked about the HVAC system. We talked about the extrication. Do we want to go into emergency management now, or do we want to finish out with the Fund Act and Fire Fund?
Go ahead and do the fire fund, if you would, and so that we can get a grasp on that. What page is that on?
68. So the fire fund, and this is what we're going to be to this year, because we're still going to be classified as a 2 this year. We won't go to that 3 until
And
July
that
1.
affects the money that we get to.
Right.
So this year, the funding from the state is still going to be, we're still classified as a 2. So it's going to be roughly right there, about $700,000 is what they're going to give us.
So the higher your rating, the less you get?
Yes,
No, no, no.
The back hazards. Yeah, but it's not. I mean, that's their way to motivate you, I guess. But so I don't know. But I don't know how these other communities with their high ratings and I don't know how they get anything.
I don't either. I don't either. And so it's a little different for full volunteer departments than it is for us, of course, and they're rated a lot differently than us. But so what I've tried to do to offset what we're gonna lose is, so we have that Station 4 that we had got and it's a substation, and it's gonna be paid as a substation this year because the contractor's not gonna be done by the time they do the new, May 1st is what they wanna see. So I have, last year, we made it a substation. They gave us the funding for that. And then this year, we've made it a main station with the grant that we were granted. And so that's gonna give us more money, because a main station gives you more than a substation, of course. And then we've asked them to come and check at the EOC to make that a, office, I guess you could, it's a
And you were looking to add a fire
administrative.
fire
office.
marshal.
Yeah, so there's gonna be the administrative offices over at the EOC. And so we've got them inspecting that right this moment. If that clears, that's considered another main station, so
That's good.
our funds will go up. And then, so the more funding I can get from the state, I can keep up with our equipment, like I was saying. That way, we can help the general fund.
Yeah. So how much lower, so, a 2 is 700,000. What is a 3? What does it go down to?
This year, I'm not real sure, because most of the time, every year, they go up a little bit.
Oh, okay, okay.
So, Chief, what can that money be used for?
Equipment, maintenance on the equipment. We can do some building.
No personnel costs?
0 personnel. I wish.
They want you to have it, but they're not gonna help you pay for it.
So then they make us put it into different line items. That's how you can kind of see it where it is, but we can break it off and use it however we see. We got to be able to do community development. What was fire prevention. We have to do so much of that, but that's where the fire fund goes. So we try to be as good as stewards as we possibly can with the general fund and try to do the same with this, so we can roll this over and use this to buy the fire trucks because they're so expensive. So I try to use the least amount as possible, try to save it up and then buy the fire truck so we can get that rotation going and not cost the village any money. Of course, that costs money either way, but
Yeah.
that's what we've been trying to do, and that's how we've got these 2 Class A's coming.
Mayor, council,
Yes, sir.
chief, so using this money, potentially acquiring that certified pre-owned ladder truck could potentially come out of this?
That's correct.
Okay, and just for my personal knowledge, I mean, I know 4.5 million for a brand new one is heavy duty. What is a good viable price for a truck that we can use?
What I've been finding so far has been about 500,000, 5 to 750,000.
Oh, that's significantly better.
Exactly.
Than 4.5 million.
Exactly, and as much as we're going to utilize those type, because we have one right now, and yes, we use it quite a bit.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to split it from the north and the south side of town.
But isn't that what you'd want to do anyway, right? Like you'd want to
Exactly.
keep one on that side of town and one on this side of town?
That's the requirement, and that's why we got knocked on the ISO, because we don't have one on the north side of town.
So it's really 2 buildings that are driving that, right? Lincoln Tower and the condos?
And the new apartment.
And the new
complex.
apartment.
And the new apartments,
And the hospital.
and then the river
And the-
crossing,
and
and
the-
then all of Midtown, because you got a lot of 2 stories and up in Midtown.
Okay.
And then there's stuff in the Upper Canyon. I can't remember what those were, right after Shadow Mountain Lodge, there's that.
Upper Canyon.
Yeah.
Well, and then I guess, by having each one of those trucks, one on each side of town, if we ever have any roadways shut down from flooding or debris or anything, and there's a call on the other side of town, then the response time is significantly better, I'm sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we tried to utilize that new station and for response, because it's on Wingfield. And they liked it, but it just wasn't good enough. So,
And we even explored a few years ago, like Odessa, because we show up, a fallen that can't get up, we go respond and pick them up. No charge. And so Odessa was seeing that they were having so many of these, so they started selling, basically we'll come over however many times we need to, for, a couple of $100 a year. And so you get 3,000 people signed up, your 300,000 or 5,000 or whatever to help offset that, or you start charging them. So other departments have got creative to generate revenue. We haven't ever done that. We've just tried to provide it as a service.
And we've also been looking into the nuisance calls, so I don't consider that one a nuisance call. That's just one of those, like you're saying, one of those calls we have to do, and we can do that. And people love to do that because it's better than being stuck in a nursing home.
Well, I can tell you, I've been called to try to pick some folks up and, you gotta
That's
have.
not an easy task.
No, it's not easy.
But we've been looking at these nuisance calls, and we've been with our, Chief Miley and as our fire marshal right now, trying to enforce continual false alarms. So and we're getting them over and over and over, and we're trying to bring something up to propose to you guys.
Can you give me an example of what that looks like?
Thank you.
False alarm?
So we
Is
have.
that a
Like kitty
life
cat stuck
alert?
in the tree.
They hit it by accident? No?
No, I'm speaking more on the side like Farley's before it burned.
Oh, yeah.
So prior to Farley's burning, that alarm went off probably 4 times a week. And so it turns into that
So then
nuisance
you're
alarm.
dispatching personnel to go and.
And we're not currently charging.
No.
So when you have those kind of alarms that are just, and you know that it's not right.
It's charged if it goes like over a certain number.
May.
Yeah, we have K-Bob's was another. So, yeah. But yeah, so you're dedicating your entire, because it's something like Farley, something like K-Bob's, you're dedicating the fire department to it. And then you have a real alarm on the opposite side of town. And you know that that's gonna be a false alarm, and then now Farley's is actually on fire, it's not a false alarm anymore. But it's because they don't put their money into fixing their system, because we don't make them.
And then that's the cry wolf.
Would that be the specific task of the new local fire marshal, is to go and make sure that these places are in compliancy, or?
That's what there's, yes, sir, that's
That's
exactly
like
what,
the
that's
proposed
exactly what he
task of
does.
that person?
Because they have to get inspected, suppression systems on grills and all that now,
Annually.
annually. And so I know mine, it was, every year I was having to do something.
And unfortunately, so we've adopted IFC 2021, and it just bumped up, and I believe it's 2025 now that the state's fixing to adopt, so we're fixing to have to adopt that as well, and I hear it's coming really soon. So I'll find out some more about that on Monday.
Everywhere you turn, nickel and diamond, yeah.
Does the EMS charge if an ambulance is dispatched
Yeah, there goes,
without, and then they don't have to take that person to the hospital?
They broke up their billing differently
Oh,
in the
okay.
past. I'm not exactly sure how they bill right this moment. I just know that you get a bill.
Okay.
Yeah, if an ambulance goes to location, there is a charge or a fee or something that goes with that.
what is it?
What is the question?
What was the question?
Does the EMS actually charge the person that they go, if I call EMS and they come to my location,
they
am I
charge
getting
you.
charged for that?
You bet, it goes on your insurance or Medicaid or.
And they're just calling our local dispatch, correct? And then the local dispatch is then
It's just-
determining?
Our police department or the fire department show up first.
Oh, of
Yeah,
course,
Should
yeah.
always be to,
Yeah.
we can't transport. Our
Gotcha.
equipment's not transport ambulance quality. So then they get them stabilized, all of that stuff,
Yeah.
and then EMS shows up and then takes them to the hospital or wherever.
So it falls onto the responsibility of the fire department and the police department to determine if the person actually needs.
I don't know, I think they're
The
going at the same
EMS
time.
Yeah, they're coming at the same time. So
Okay.
they'll
We're
show
throwing
up.
everything at it.
What is our relationship with EMS financially?
Financially, we don't have one.
Because didn't we used to?
Well, we don't, we gave them all, go ahead, tell them the story, chief.
Oh, no, this is a good story. Go
Yeah, it's a
ahead.
good one. Setback children and,
I think you might have been on the council whenever.
I was, and
And
I
so,
remember we used to get in arguments because they'd have a big screen TV and a,
well, right now, this is,
Barbecue
we're actually talking about right now, the 20-year agreement that you guys had made
Is
is
up.
up right now. So right now, we're looking at, we have it with our attorneys, and they're looking it over. We're looking at just doing an MOU and running exactly how we run now. So right now, they have our certificate of necessity, so they're able to bill, they're able to charge the patients where we're not. And,
But the flip side of it is we're not
paying.
subsidizing
No,
them.
and we're not giving any more equipment.
so at the very beginning, you guys had given them over, remember where the little barn or little double wide was right to the left of the ER? We gave them that property, gave them our ambulances, gave them whatever we had bought at that time, gave them all that, and they gave us 20 years of free service.
Yeah.
We're gonna continue on. So we've been working with, Lisa, what's her name? Sandy.
Sandy Nunley.
She's been, really good.
Very nice to work with.
Good.
They're very easy to work. They give us a really good service in this town.
And she's been great to work with. We have the county's attorney asking questions on it and said, we want to move forward with the same agreement, So that's what they're working on.
Ron, I asked you a while back, but what's the status of that baby drop-off?
They didn't wanna do it. Too much
No,
liability.
Presbyterian's attorneys that did not want to do it on the, be liable for it.
They gave some good reasons, and they sounded pretty sound when they were telling me. It's a baby drop-off, somebody didn't want the kid, instead of putting them in the dumpster or whatever, they had a spot, so. I forgot what the reason was, something about temperature?
Well, that and just if something happened and the liability that Presbyterian would incur on if something happened, so.
This seems hard to understand that one, but.
So basically, just to kind of finish up on the fire fund, we have that $1.5 million loan. That's going to be I guess it's directly taken out of that. I was going to ask, does it say exactly how much is coming out of that? Is that 86,000?
No, it'll be, this one right here is what we have budgeted.
132.99?
Correct.
And that's a year?
That's for this year.
Okay.
Louder, please. The NMFA loan of 1.5 million.
Yeah, so that's going to be the loan for the new fire trucks, the new Class A fire trucks, and they're going to take, what is it called, where they directly take it out of our fire
It would
fund?
be in the
Intercept.
account that says the transfer out,
And how much would that be?
and
130.
it's in the 209.
It's an intercept is
Transfer out
what it
account.
is from the, yes, they'll do a direct intercept from the fire fund.
And it's how much? 132,000, is that what, 32,000?
132.99.
Okay.
I don't even see that on here.
On page 69, classification 700.
Oh, I see now, yes.
That is that, and then the only other budgets that we have will be the Fund Act budget. The Fund Act budget is going to be the EMS budget. So that's, we got that bumped up from $12,000 to $100,000 for us to operate with our drugs and equipment required, soft goods and everything to run our EMS program for the year.
This looks like the king against the Rockets so far in this series. He's afforded a double.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any other questions? Thanks, Chief.
Thanks,
Well,
Chief.
thank you, appreciate everything.
Thank you.
y'all do.
Okay, Eric Seller.
It's
Quayar.
It's Keeler.
Somebody's calling me that. Eric Quayar, fella. He's pretty smart. It's a Quayar.
What was it? What was the other day? They it was at the PNM thing. They call the moderator called me something. What was it? Kuehler.
Kuehler, yeah.
Kuehler.
Keeler.
Eric Kuehler. Eric Kuehler.
Keeler.
Okay. Yes. Well, good afternoon, Council, Mayor. With that, we'll go into the capital outlay. We have two items on the capital outlay for this upcoming year, and then we'll talk a little bit about the sirens under this physical year. So with that, we do have a request in for a pickup truck to pull our shelter trailers as well as our command unit. We did acquire a command unit about a year ago, actually this time, about a year ago, we did our mobile command post. So it's that command trailer that is utilized for the special events, the Ironman, the Xterra. We most recently deployed it to Mescalero for their fire. And it is actually ready to go if something were to occur today. So we do need a pickup truck. And that's why we budgeted for this upcoming year. The current process right now is driving either the Tahoe or the Trailblazer to Fire Station 1, switch out a command vehicle for fire department, and then pull it to wherever we need to go. We don't want to impede on fire department operations because they do. utilize
What happened to your pickup truck? You traded it for
the Tahoe.
Tahoe.
So we did not foresee a command trailer. So if that would have happened, we probably would have kept the truck, but we made a swap.
Okay, so what kind of pickup are you looking for?
Exactly like what the fire department has, which is
It's going to be at least a 3/4 ton truck.
3/4 ton, yeah.
We're probably going to go with the gas because the maintenance is down and it get plenty of power. So right now we have 6.6 3/4 ton Chevrolets.
Okay. Eric, how big's that trailer that you're pulling?
The current trailer right now, it is it double axle, single axle? No.
It's a double axle,
Double
about
axle,
20
yeah.
feet long.
20 foot? Do you know the gross weight of like what you're actually towing it behind?
It's about 8,000 pounds.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. It's got the back doors open and you go right up in it. They had it at the emergency management training.
Yeah.
So on your shelter trailer, what is that?
So the shelter trailer, so again, gaining capacity here within the village of Rideau. So currently we rely on the American Red Cross for sheltering supplies. We do have 2 pre-positioned trailers with the American Red Cross within jurisdiction. One of them is at the Emergency Operations Center, and the other one is at the Community Center, but they actually just moved that out to the Lincoln County EOC, so over by Copper Ridge. So the shelter trailer that we're requesting is going to be our own. So in the event that there is, we'll take example today, over in the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon burn scar, there's a current wildfire that's happening. They could pull those trailers for other disasters in the state of New Mexico. So having our own trailer would keep our own shelter supplies. So if we do need to do sheltering operations, we're not relying on American Red Cross, Salvation Army. So that shelter trailer, it's actually the trailer itself, and then when we get later on in the budget in the non-cap, we'll actually have supplies in there, so 50 cots to start us out. So again, it's holding our own, and so that's the request.
Got that big tent that you had at the emergency management deal?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty impressive tent. What is that?
So the tent that we acquired
Inside the
last
convention
year.
center.
Yes, Mayor, Council. The tent that you're referring to, so at the Rising Phoenix exercise, we have a portable tent. It's an ASAP tent. It can be put up with 3 people. In essence, it was bought for the Ironman and Xterra to do main medical operations. During the Xterra, we utilized it as a battlefield hospital. And so we can pop that up and then staff medical tent, medical personnel. If we do need to extend on the command trailer, we can put that out of the trailer and have more office space. So it's mobility with those tents.
So I'm hearing Ironman and these special events dropped several times. I recall when we appropriated those events, we were told it was all covered by lodger's tax, and now it sounds like it.
Well, it is all covered. This is being prepared.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I know, but lodger's tax is not covering all of the expenses of these special events.
not necessarily for the emergency management.
Is there any way we can allocate some of this back to lodger's tax?
Counselor Corey, lodger's tax can't pay for personnel.
No, I'm
Just a
talking
tent?
about equipment. Emergency equipment that's being used for these special events?
I would have to see, and it would depend on the amount of cash that's available in lodger's tax at the end of the year.
I'd like to see that looked into.
Okay, I'm sorry, what did she say? She said
She'll look
possibly?
into it.
Yeah, I said possibly.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a way we can do it, for sure. But what he's trying to do is, especially with the Ironman being in July,
Oh, no, I understand the need.
yeah.
I'm just
But I
trying
think
to
that it
leverage.
could be a possibility. So we'll look into that.
Yeah, Counselor
Mayor.
Corey, Mayor, sorry,
No,
Counselor.
I was gonna say, if we could brand the tent with the Village of Ruidoso logo that's being used for that, then it could possibly make it even more appealing to be funded through lodger's tax,
I
because it's a
forget-
marketing.
I forget you were on the Lodgers Tax Board. You know, and again, not to pick on poor Eddie, but, you know, we could take that goofy diving money and use it to buy some of this equipment, but that's one man's.
One man's goofies, another man's, let's get it on. It sounds pretty fun to me.
I'm diving off the
Oh,
dam,
stick
that's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
mud.
I'm going for it.
Counselor Brophy, Counselor Corey, the supplies that we just mentioned, yes, were bought for those special events, but they're also response operation driven. That medical tent, the ASAP shelter, in the unfortunate event, if we do need to utilize it, it can also be used as a temporary morgue. So,
Man, that got dark quick, Eric.
Yeah.
just,
All athletes are gonna do just fine while they're here, okay? All the athletes are
Eric,
gonna
you're
be
just
okay.
trying to shut me up.
no, sir, no, sir.
Well, did you see the lady that drowned in the Ironman in Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. I mean, anytime that you have athletes, especially coming to a significantly higher elevation compared to where they normally train, I mean, physical exertion is real, and add some altitude and some cold water.
With the supplies that we have procured, and not to go on a true tangent, but the Village of Ruidoso, with the efforts and the laterability that the council has given the OEM office and the public safety sector, looking at other communities in the state of New Mexico, we are definitely ahead in our preparedness, resiliency, response, mitigation, all sectors. And so with that, I think that is something to definitely point out, that we have invested in the preparedness side, and it has paid off in the last couple of years, so.
Yeah.
I think we have you to thank for that, though, don't we, Eric?
No, it was thanks to y'all for letting me do my job. So we do appreciate it.
There's all the fancy words, too, resilient, readiness.
It's my word a day calendar.
I like it. Yeah.
So those are the two capital outlay that is before you. Again, any additional questions on those two
So,
items?
Madison, are those still in the budget then?
Yes, ma'am, they're still in the budget. We did move, on the capital outlay schedule, you'll see the siren. That was moved to the 5,200 contractual services, but it is still in here.
But Judy, you'll look to see if lodger's tax can pay part of this?
Part of the vehicle?
No.
Like the tent and the readiness.
The tent was already purchased last year.
The sirens are currently
The
on this
sirens are in
fiscal
the
year.
current year?
The what?
The sirens are in the current year.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
the-
talking
the
about the
tent-
equipment we were talking about.
The
The
tent,
equipment is still in.
Yes.
Okay.
So, as Madison said, on the line item for the outdoor warning system, currently we have the 9 new sirens and 3 additional old sirens that we are looking to tie into the newer system. That's budgeted for $85,000. We did push it to next year, our next fiscal year, but we looked and are going to be completing that under this fiscal year. So actually was talking to the siren company this morning and got a refined quote, and we're still on track. So we'll be reaching out and getting that process so we can get them tied in this year.
I don't understand. So they're brand new ones?
Yes.
So how many extra new ones?
So Counselor Letterman, to understand, make sure I'm tracking your question, how many, or what is this item for?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no worries. So in total, we have 12 sirens system-wide.
Okay.
We have 9 new sirens that were placed in under the last couple of years. And so with that, we have 3 sirens that are still a part of the old system, but are not they have not yet been tied into the new system.
So they're not working?
They are working. We have to set them off separately. So just think of 2 systems that we have.
Oh, okay.
We have the new system and we have the old system.
So it's not that they're not working, it's you can't switch a switch and everything go off. You have to do 2 switches.
Yes, so every day on the 1st and 15th at 5 o'clock, I call dispatch and we're on the phone together and we set off the new siren system and then we count to 30 seconds and then they hit their button to
Okay.
sound off the sirens.
Okay,
The old originals.
okay.
And that is at Fire Station 2, Fire Station 3, and the grindstone tanks are still on the old system. So that 85,000 would tie it into the new system, and it would just be under one button, one
Okay,
push.
okay.
Any other additional questions on the sirens?
Mm-mm.
I know Ron's excited to finish this up. All right, so as we get into the emergency management budget, we did see an increase in personnel because we did add the deputy emergency manager, Lynn. He's actually at the Emergency Operations Center keeping watch and tracking wind and all that good stuff. With that, as we move into the operating budget, subscription dues, again, since we did add that additional personnel, the additional memberships with the International Association, the New Mexico Emergency Management Association, and our certifications. So New Mexico Certified Emergency Manager, international certifications, all of that good stuff. So it did double to 2,000. Moving into the office supplies, again, we have it kind of split out where we have the OEM, so just the emergency management office supplies, but then we have the Village Emergency Operations Center. And so we have paper clips, paper, legal pads.
And
We
that's,
saw how good you kept your
Yeah.
inventory on your
Yes.
office supplies.
and that goes back to FEMA? We charge that?
Yes, so any major expenses, so the reams of paper, a paper clip, just general operating supplies in the Emergency Operations Center, when we do activate and we do get a presidential disaster declaration, can be charged to the incident and then get reimbursed.
So we had a declaration last year. Did you get money for all that from FEMA for all of that?
So it has not been obligated, but we have a project in pending.
We know. We know.
Hey, Eric, one question,
I don't get it.
is, on your full-time salaries, is Lee, is he a hourly employee or is he salary?
Counselor Sanchez, with Lynn, he is a salaried employee.
I didn't see any overtime on here, I just want to make sure that.
No overtime.
So where do we put the obligated stuff? Does that go to the general fund? And then we just keep a line item saying, okay, when we are paid back, this goes to this and this?
Unless it's part of the 55 million. Judy watches all that, but we've drawn down on Senate Bill 31. And so we get paid back and then it gets paid back. But anything that we're paid back due will go back to each individual department. But all this is being, I think, paid out of general fund. Right, Judy?
So, Mayor and Councilor Letterman, so for the fire, and first of the monsoons, the expenses were paid out of the general fund. And so when we get reimbursed, the reimbursement will go back to general fund, but those were all expenses in the past year. So they actually hit our cash reserve. So we're just waiting. We did get, I think we got them on, I'll have to go double check. We did get one operational reimbursement, but I can't remember. I believe it's for the monsoon of $3 million. So we did get that. And that was expenses that were associated with the FEMA fund. So we're still waiting on one of the
24.
management cost reimbursements from FEMA.
Okay.
Jeez.
You gotta tap it on your head. Tap it on his head.
Unplug it.
It'll work.
One of the things I was gonna tell you, Judy, there's 3 assignments that we're supposed to be getting reimbursed for right now. They're just, they've messed up the approver. So as soon as those are done, all those 3 of those California assignments last year are gonna be going back into general
You know
fund.
what we sent?
Mayor, Councilor Letterman, it is a point to note that with those reimbursements, so when we do spend money for the disaster response, it is at a 75-25% cost share. And so the EOC supplies all of that. It's still, we do get a good chunk of change back, but it's not 100%. We're still at a cost share of 25.
So all of those, the cabinets and everything that was in the cabinet, that come out of general fund.
So this one came out of general fund on the office supplies line item from last year.
So
Or
when
this current
we
year.
get paid, does it go to general fund?
It should, yes, sir.
Okay.
But that's why he's got it under lock and key.
Yes.
You are not getting any sticky notes.
Dude, Eric knows
Unless
exactly
you
how
put
many
it in
paper
a-
clips are in that
Yeah, I
place.
know.
A request.
I guarantee it.
That's what I do late at night, is just count paper clips and be like, one's missing.
Okay. What else you got? I missed it, and we're gonna do a briefing in a minute, Chief, because we just got a text from the school. It's not an emergency, it's averted, but just so you'll know about it. On your, old, repair on old sirens, did y'all cover that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, never mind, you have to brief me and I'll get it.
It's 2 switches instead of 1.
Okay. 30 grand.
That was
85,000.
85,000.
One button, one response was the.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, phew. We thought the fire business was expensive, that emergency management,
It's the siren
gotta pay
business.
for them uniforms somehow, all them decals.
Yeah, the siren, the Texas flooding incident, the same company that we use for our sirens, they also got awarded the bid for the Upper Rio Grande, and they are spending a significant chunk of change for
Oh, I
8
bet.
sirens, close to $1 million. And it's one of the most resilient systems in the state, in the United States, so it's quite interesting.
I wish
Definitely
we
a
would
lot
have
of business.
had a quote whenever, because we use the grant funds to pay for the siren system. I would have known, at the time, we didn't know that, it needed to have another switch in order to communicate with our existing ones. 80 grand would have been nothing to go ahead and get the reimbursement on that from the
Yeah.
state. But we didn't know that, and then we expended all the funds, and then we
Yeah.
found out afterwards. So.
Mayor, council, moving on to the non-cap expenses. So we talked about the actual trailer. We need the cots, the blankets, all of that other stuff that is going to go into the shelter trailer. Mayor, Councilor Lyerman, the shelter supplies that is expended during an emergency activation, if we do get awarded a declaration, all of that stuff is able to be recouped under that Category B program of FEMA. So the blankets, and when we hand that out, we're not gonna bring those blankets back. They're gonna go with those individuals. But we can put it under the disaster declaration. Moving on, radios, as Chief mentioned, radios are expensive. We are looking at doing a tri-band radio, so currently we have the Kenwoods. Those are just UHF, VHF, so they are in the local jurisdiction, so we can communicate with our partners on local jurisdiction. We are looking at going interop. So if we go on emergency management assignments, or we have the need to contact the state of New New Mexico, we can utilize that system with the state interop channels across the state of New Mexico.
And with this, it's also going to help our ISO because it's going to have an additional channel that we can utilize that they require.
And then lastly, under the non-cap family reunification, about a year ago, we did have a full family reunification for the high school. And so we had to expend some supplies and kind of piecemeal that response. We are looking at purchasing a family reunification kit that can stay in the command trailer. So in the unfortunate event that we do need to do family reunification, we do have the necessary supplies to have a successful family reunification. If it was a school incident, or again, the Ironman Xterra, if there is a significant incident that happens within those, we have the supplies to do family reunification. As we move forward, going to contractual services, we did see a significant increase. This was tied to the outdoor warning system. So in essence, to the equipment, we also have to have the software to be able to set off the siren system. And so that is coming in at $13,000. Included in that is also the Siren Guard, which is the contract for getting them maintenance. So if they have an issue with that, they can also go in and look at the system remotely, but they can also dispatch a crew to go look at the siren system themselves. That does not include any maintenance equipment that they do need after they evaluate that siren. So we do have a line item for equipment maintenance specific for if we do incur or see an issue with that siren, we will pull from that funding. As we move on to travel and schools, we do have 5,000. So that's continuing education and then also incident deployment. So if me or Lynn were to get requested by the state to deploy, we can pull from that line. But that would also get reimbursed on those incident support team missions or mutual aid missions or EMAC, Emergency Management Assistance Compact. Talked a little bit about the equipment maintenance. Again, that is designed for the outdoor warning system. If we do, hopefully not, we will not touch that for the outdoor warning system since it will be a new system. But it is there if we need to. As we move on to vehicle maintenance, currently we have the Tahoe, we have the Trailblazer, and we have the trailer. We are expected just to have just general maintenance, so the oil, the tires, windshield wiper fluid, windshield wipers, all of that good stuff. And then I believe that is it. Stand for any questions.
Well, we appreciate all that you and Lynn do.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
And how calculated you are. Very good.
And all the extra stuff that you do, I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Helping me on the radio, he gives me all the information, and then I fail to use any of it. But it was there nonetheless. But he does a lot of good, a lot of presentations, a lot of wonderful things, and it really garners a lot of confidence in the community, so I appreciate it. Okay, before we move on to the next one, Chief, we had a kind of a threat at the school deal, and since I just got a deal from the school talking about it, there's no threat, but if you'll just explain it real quick. Yeah, it's on live too, so you have to be careful don't say any children's names.
Just the short answer, the short story to this.
You're on.
Okay. What's that? No. The short story or the short answer to this is that we were called to assist the FBI on an investigation where there were two individuals from other states who had conspired with a young man in town to shoot up a synagogue in another state, and also vague threats locally to a private school where that kid goes to school. But there is no threat. Everything's been contained. there is no issue. Problem that just happened was that somebody released this to Hondo schools then put out a release that said they are sheltering in place because of a threat at Ruidoso School.
Oh, no.
So I did just talk to Ms. Ferguson. She said she called down there and advised them to withdraw the post immediately because they do not have a threat. She's on top of it on her end, everything's fine, but with that, it kind of put, Eric's texting me because they're the county emergency managers.
Texting him.
Asking what's going on in Hondo, and there is no issue in Hondo, there is no issue here. It's a federal investigation, we assisted with it for a little bit, and everything's good.
So thanks, Chief.
Yeah, thank you. It always has to be doom and gloom.
Well, it's, little harebrained deals from a kid, and then a potential maybe real threat. You got to take everyone serious.
Absolutely.
The battery may ran down. Yes, sir?
Can I give a brief update on the red flags?
Yes, please.
So, Mayor, Council, over the last couple of weeks, we have talked about bringing back the watch for the red flags in Midtown and other area businesses, and looking at our archive in the fire department. We have, what we determined, 12? So a dozen of these current red flags. So it came with the hardware and it also came with the red flag. We are looking at procuring additional red flags and then updating some of the verbiage. In years past, it was Elaine calling each business, notifying them to put out their red flag. As we are moving into ahead of the times with the Call Me Ruidoso system, all of that can be automated. So it's not much stress on our end. We actually, when we go into a red flag, we have a checklist in the emergency management where we go through 32 checklist items. And so that's ranging, calling the convention center, calling the community center, calling the Red Cross, understanding shelter availability. We pull the sirens, we do an internal test of the integrated public alert warning system. We'll just include this on our checklist to send out a notification to business owners to take their flags out and put them up.
What?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
In the past, what was the biggest obstacle to getting them mounted, these flags?
People.
I know they've got a couple of little.
Yeah, that was when we had the wooden light poles. So that hardware actually attached to the wooden side of that, and now we don't have that. So that's gonna be the challenge, I think, that we were talking about.
You're thinking, doesn't Midtown have all the, where they, for Memorial Day, where they line up all the
They
American
put
flags?
the big flags, but they're
not,
they're big PVC, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Or they're a piece of rebar.
Yeah, but it's one of the service clubs manages that.
Yeah, that's the Lions Club. But I mean, we were gonna see if we could just use that.
Yeah, we could use those fixtures, and then, his Call Me Ruidoso is gonna be the notification to put it up and take it down.
Yep.
Which is actually a real good thing to get the people used to that, because when we go to level 1, level 2, level 3, or back down, we utilize the same thing. So the more that we can get people signed up to this, the better we can get them, the
And
word
people
out.
will pay attention, I think, when they're going, see all the red flags, at least for a while.
Exactly.
What institutes a red flag? I mean, how many miles an hour does the wind have to be?
Mayor, Council Letterman, the National Weather Service out of El Paso is the jurisdiction having authority for issuing the red flag.
Oh, okay.
Red flag criteria is 20% less of the relative humidity, as well as sustained wind of 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Oh, okay.
Also taken into consideration is the energy release component. As well as just north-facing slopes, all of that good stuff.
It can't just be one thing.
No.
They take all these things in and they measure it, the fuel moistures and everything like
Yeah.
that. And so, you could have a red flag all the way around Lincoln County and not have one in Lincoln County. Or you could have one in Capitan, but not in Ruidoso.
Yeah.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
A lot of it has to do with that ERC component number.
and then one other thing I want to let you guys know, if you're all right, to work on our ISO, I've been speaking with the other chief over here and trying to get him to get us some grants. If we could co-op and get a PD fire station but continue the other fire stations that we already have. That'll increase our funding and increase our response capabilities, give us more money and get that ISO back.
Is it kind of like a cat and dog thing?
Kind of. If we could make him.
It's gonna be an experiment. Yeah. Okay, so there would be a new building?
If we could, basically, if we could get in over there with them at the PD, if they extend that.
You just have to have a fire truck go into the bays.
Yeah, exactly. We could be a second story.
And that was one that, I had talked with Jack Guerrero from DHSEM, and they help out with a lot of grant funding. There's a USDA grant, it's a grant match. Based on population size and everything else, they'll do they can go up to 75%. So that's one of those things going forward that we can talk about. And especially if we can get a 2-for-1 deal out of it and help them out.
That sounds like maybe a good option.
A twofer.
Twofer.
Okay?
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks for
Elaine.
thinking outside the box.
Thank you.
Quailer's a hard name to have, try to not.
Yeah.
But in New Mexico, you don't know if the L's are silent.
Right.
Oh.
Then go into personnel.
Oh, okay.
We don't have any budget right now. So then I just have to add it back in, and then
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Chief.
So, because I do have the 3 departments, the other 2 are pretty simple. I'll start with 040, that's the police department. For capital outlay requests, my first request that I had put in and I talked about at strategic planning was 3 patrol vehicles. That was the vehicles and the upfitting for each vehicle.
You said 3?
For 3, correct.
Okay. I'm seeing 2 on this sheet, so we change it to 3, and that would add it another 40,000.
Well, so the original request was 3, and
Oh,
I think
okay.
there was some discussion, and talking to Miss Judy, she had asked us if we potentially could get the vehicles, if they were on the ground, if we could get them out of this budget. And then I'm assuming that this 80,000 was for the upfit for the vehicles going forward, but that would be for 2 vehicles, correct?
Yeah, so we're gonna do.
So we're upfitting 3 vehicles, but 2 are going to the general fund and 1's going to LEPF.
Oh, okay.
40 grand to outfit those?
But it's 40 grand's gonna be really close to do that, correct?
That's amazing.
Radios.
Because it was, there was about 27,000 for the regular upfitting, and then the new in-car cameras that we've got are about 10,000 apiece also. And so, by the time we get done, it's gonna be 38, 39, somewhere in there.
Holy cow.
So we're down 2 vehicles, maybe the one that,
So the good news is,
Swimming.
the one that went in the pond and the one that was involved in the crash, we've
Yeah.
already got replacements for. So
Oh,
Municipal League has been very, I know Ron was on the phone with AJ, they got us, matter of fact, on that second one that got crashed, we had the vehicle, a replacement within 48 hours. So we have those 2 vehicles in the lot waiting, and I've already called the upfitter and said, hey, I know we're gonna do the reimbursement on the first one, and then I'm just waiting on word on the second one from the crash. But I've already told him, go ahead and order the parts for them, and then as soon as because it's about 12 weeks out on some of those parts.
Do we ever pull the cameras and stuff out of the old ones? Are they valuable at all?
So we had to go to a new camera system, and that was part of the problem, was that the old camera system that we had, the watch guards. So when Chief Chavez was here, we actually invested money in a server, and we were gonna upgrade all of our cameras, and we were still using the watch guard camera systems. They never would call us back to install all the software and get us on board to be able to use those cameras. So even some of the new vehicles that we had that had brand-new cameras in them wouldn't even upload because we never could get them to call us back to install all the software. So, because of the importance of having those, obviously, body cameras are what's mandated by statute, not the in-cars, but everybody's seen the value of having an in-car
big
camera as
time.
well. We moved on to Axon, which is a different company. Cameras are not considerably more, but they're a little bit more, but they will be better, and they'll work good with our body cameras, which is, Axon is what we went to for the body cameras.
And if I may, the in-car camera and the body-worn cameras will work in tandem with each other because they'll be on the same system. It's not two opposing systems that won't be able to work with each other, so.
And Chief, that's what the, Chief Johnson with the New Mexico Finance, the self-insurance fund, that's what they switched from WatchGuard to new, what you guys have.
Correct, yeah. State Police right now is using all Axon for all their camera needs, so. So with that, yes, the initial request for 3, if we get the 3 vehicles, the 80,000 is to do the upfit for the 2, and then I do have, so LEPF, we can talk about that here in a minute. I can cover the LEPF or cover the 3rd one out of LEPF.
Okay.
I know that the other 2 that I had requested that did get cut out of that, the first one were the patrol bikes. We requested 2 e-bikes, patrol bikes, bicycles. This was to help cover some of the outdoor events that we've got, Ironman, Xterra, and gets us into areas like Wingfield Park a little bit easier if we put those patrols in there and in Midtown, especially in congested days and areas. And that was a total cost of $16,000 for the 2 bikes and training and equipment.
And Counselor Corey says.
No, I've said it.
What I got a question for is I got a comment, on the Angel, whatever his name is, Angel something. We're having an issue with
Pedro Reyes.
Individuals in Midtown or whatever. You obviously sent an officer, patrol officer sit down there. I got calls from 3 businesses, said thank you for having, they haven't seen him, but he didn't cause a lot of problem. Had 5, 6, half a dozen or more businesses that have done a criminal trespass against him. But we're just at a loss on what we can do with these folks. So, but anyway, thank you, but that was something else that you were gonna use the.
What are they doing?
They're mental and they're bothering the business people coming in, scaring some of the ladies that are there, bugging customers for cigarettes and for money for this, that, and the other. Climbing up on Lance Rowe and Jasmine's deal, taking the fire pit covers off and getting that glass stuff in there and throwing it at cars, urinating off the second deck, doing a lot of stuff, supposedly exposing himself and some things. So we've got some video and they're trying to handle him, but, the chief can go into it, but the state of New Mexico, they don't provide a lot of options, and so we're having to work on that. But the point I was yapping on about was those bicycles, downtown in the summer, if they're electric, it sure does make a difference when you just see an officer.
It really would, and also the parks.
But it is so difficult to find a parking spot down there in the summer.
Right, and so they would be able to, they would even, with those bikes, they'd even have the capability of deploying from the office and getting down there and spending a few hours Midtown, the Wingfield area, any of the places during events. Just kind of keeping an eye on things where it would be harder to get a vehicle into.
Yes.
But you said you ixnayed that?
Yeah, it's been ex-named.
That one was nixed.
That might be one of those that we need to put out there and see.
And Counselor Brophy, maybe you can elaborate. I think that one could clearly be
For lodger's tax?
for lodger's tax, because it's, special events, big town.
Maybe, and, as far as the budget allocations for lodger's tax goes, I know that there's some state-regulated specifics that make it very, it's broad, but as long as it's done correctly, it can definitely be allocated through that funding.
And that's not to say, we did present also that we were seeking grant funding. However, federal grants right now are kind of slow-moving, if
Slim and
that.
none.
So it's not something that we weren't trying to seek outside funding for as well, but just those are all closed right now, and when they come up, we'll have to see if and when they come up and if they are available.
But yeah, those are good points, and I don't know why we haven't exercised it before, obviously, because we had bikes before
Yes.
They were pedal.
Pedal bikes, yes.
But the electric, man, that, I mean.
Those electric, they can.
This
No, they scoot.
really good.
Those electric ones move,
Yeah.
huh?
Right.
But I don't know why if we were able to, why we wouldn't have done it before, but 'cause that was years ago when I was on there, when we hit $1 million, we all had a party.
Oh, yeah.
And they were getting 3 million and thinking it was business as usual.
I think that that's kind of important for our midtown area, because it is so congested. And, I mean, it's not just Memorial or
Well, we're
Labor
getting a
Day,
lot of
it's
these
every
mental
weekend.
cases that we worked on legislation, Ron, where we went through and they were talking about additional funding for hospitals to help. So I need to get with Todd and find out if that went through, where they could help diagnose, and then if it was involuntary, we had an option. And so I need to find out if that went through. Do you know?
And well, one of the ones was SB 3, Senate Bill 3, in that one, I don't know if they tied any funding to it, but what they did was expand some of the definitions that made it a little bit easier for us to, and that was one after we had talked, Mayor, that I had pulled up, but it expanded on one of those definitions. It makes it a little easier for us to take somebody in for an evaluation. And that's probably the direction we're going to try and seek to use with Mr. Reyes as one.
Because we
as an
just don't
example.
have any options.
Are we having a lot of problems?
Well, we've been getting a few, and
Are they shipping them from
No.
Albuquerque?
No.
no.
So, and the problem is with, and I know this is kind of going down a
He's a
side road.
local.
This goes down a side road a little bit, but like with Mr. Reyes is that in New Mexico, this is the problem that we talk about at the Chiefs Association, is we arrest these people that are either declared incompetent or they have diminished mental capacities, if you will. And if we charge them because they've already hit that status, if you will, the case gets dismissed automatically. It doesn't matter. So then they're let out, where they then reoffend. We then arrest them again, charge them. They go back to jail. They're arraigned. They're dismissed. They come back out, and we do this revolving door.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So
Yeah, but, God forbid they
Get
injure
violent.
or kill someone and we don't arrest them.
Oh, absolutely. And it hasn't stopped our guys from doing the things they need to do. Mr. Reyes actually was just cited the other day for, it didn't happen in the officer's presence, so he couldn't arrest him, but he cited him for being on a property that he'd been trespassed from already. So that case will probably never go anywhere. However, it's one of those, right? He's not going to show up for court. He's going to get a warrant. We're going to find him. We're going to take him to jail. His case will get dismissed, and then we're going to come back and revisit this whole thing again. So it's something that we all know very well. However, those are conversations that we've already started having, especially with the association, about what we can put forward in legislation this year, or what we can try and push to try and solve some of these issues.
Well, DC, we were in Albuquerque, Ron and I, we were amazed at how clean it was downtown. Something's going on. Wow.
So can I just say that they expanded their bike program with the exact same bikes that we were looking at using. And Mayor and Council, I would like to say a lot of the benefits from a bike unit you don't see all the time on paper. But my daughter was a bike officer in the Southeast Area Command, the busiest area command in Albuquerque. And she was out there working with the homeless, not necessarily just citing them, but also getting good rapport with them. Her and her partner were able to talk to individuals, get them to move on without having a scene. It's a lot easier for bike officers in, those congested areas like our Midtown to be able to get around and get to individuals that are trespassing. You have businesses that want people trespass. They're able to give out those trespass citations. A lot of times when these individuals see the bike officers coming, they know that more than likely the bike officer's gonna stop and at least kind of talk to them.
And they'll start moving.
So.
How do the officers feel that ride those bikes?
So-
Is that do they enjoy it, or do they?
Are you talking about the e-bikes? Going from the
Or do they
manual
feel
bikes?
unprotected?
So if you think about it, a lot of police departments go to 10-hour days, and riding a bike for 10 straight hours is something that cannot be done by pretty much anybody, even these, probably people coming in for the Ironman competition.
I was gonna say triathlon athletes
Right.
and ride for 10 hours.
So, but what they do is they get on and off those bikes, they go into the businesses, they talk to the businesses, they have those connections, almost like the old kind of beat officers that would walk the beat.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the new version of the beat officer, are the bike officers. And why did law enforcement kind of move towards the bikes? It's because you get a little bit faster on those bikes, especially with the e-bikes. The e-bikes can go up to 30 miles per hour. You know, the speed limit posted in Midtown is 25 miles per hour.
Right.
You know, they're not gonna get the people that are flying through there, but they'll be able to keep up with traffic. We have a lot of hills in Ruidoso, going up and down those hills. You know, that tires out officers, you know, having to switch gear from one to the next. And when you're chasing people and your adrenaline's going up and down, that can take a toll on an officer. So the e-bikes are the logical progression in bike officers. You know.
Do they like it though? That's.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The officers that I know, that I've talked to, that were or are bike officers, definitely like the e-bikes, because you can go from manual to semi-automatic to automatic, where the e-bike takes control.
You're outside.
Right. The e-bikes also give you the ability to carry a little bit more on your bikes with the saddlebags, because you're not constantly exhausting yourself pedaling a manual bike.
But what about the people, me coming from Albuquerque, those folks that, the repeat offenders, you know, what options are there, you know, in Albuquerque? And that's what I was wanting to
So in
find out.
Albuquerque, you have there's a lot of organizations that work with the homeless that the officers can put the individuals in contact with.
Yeah.
The problem that arises is whether or not the individuals want to take those services. And that's kind of the problem where we're at. A lot of the calls that you get for homeless individuals are usually trespassing calls. People see individuals standing out in front of their store and they call. Not a lot of times does it need to be a citation. It's just a quick talk with the police officers, like, hey, we're getting a phone call, we're getting calls on you guys. Can you guys move along? Please don't do what you're doing, and so on and so forth. And then over time, those, like anything, those interactions lead to a relationship to where that there doesn't need to be police enforcement. A police officer can just show up and talk to the individual. My daughter used to carry extra food, extra water, give them that. Sometimes that's all they need.
Well, I know, but we have got to come up, and I thought we were working on that. I mean, people that are really mental, I mean, when you're urinating and exposing yourself in threatening manners, we got to have a plan for those, and our people need to understand that we do have a plan, and right now, I don't feel like we have one.
Well, and I can tell you, some of those folks are scary because they're just so out of it.
You know, we had a group for a while, and we haven't had any for a while. We've been pretty good.
So we had put that initiative forward where we had overtime project to go down and deal with some of the vagrants and people that were hanging out in the park down, especially down towards the Y.
Yeah.
They were trespassing, shoplifting, doing those things. I think we've kind of, I mean, we still see a lot of the same people, but it doesn't seem like they congregate just quite as much.
Yeah.
We're not getting quite the amount of calls that we are. We still have that program in place, or operation, if you will, and we can certainly expand that to even just open it up to the Midtown area to kind of do the exact same thing. At the time, we were dealing with all the calls down on that end, which Mr. Reyes was from that end of town for a while, which might be one of the reasons why he
Migrated
this
it
way.
up.
But, you know, and we can certainly move the program around wherever we need to or wherever we're starting to see issues, and so we can do that.
I think this is really important because I think even the business owners in Midtown, I think it would really maybe give them a
Sense of comfort.
yes and sense of community. And the police, with the police officers right there, they get a good rapport with them and then our tourists as well.
Mayor, you know, a couple of departments have, you know, they had some stuff on there that wasn't budgeted either, but where are we at with the auction? Because I know the police department has a bunch of stuff at the auction. I know Public Works, you know, with the cars they auction off, that could be used towards some of those e-bikes and stuff like that.
Well, 16,000 isn't,
That's what
I
I'm saying.
mean.
And Chief, is that something you have an LEPF to handle? You have any 16 now in your LEPF to?
Not
close
right
out?
now, I don't, no.
But for next fiscal year, because that'll be an eligible expense.
So that would be something that, again, we could get funding out of LEPF for, on the equipment side of it as well.
And picking up on Councilor Sanchez's comments, Ron, have you looked at a roster of the village vehicles? You know, I remember years ago, we were all having to share vehicles. And, you know, I just think back the last couple of years, Eric's got his own vehicle. We got a vehicle for Eddie. I mean, is there any opportunity for sharing, like Eric needing something to haul a trailer? Well, how many times a year is that gonna happen?
Yeah. Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, we can look into that. And Judy, do you know because Christie's working on the auction?
Yeah, we're working on the auction. We're trying to get all the vehicles, make sure that we have titles, because that was one of the biggest snafus that we didn't realize when we had the last auction. We had all these vehicles, but then we didn't have current titles. And unfortunately, trying to get titles from vehicles is not the easiest process through the state of New Mexico. So I know they're working on the titles, plus we're working with trying to get our online auction on our website, the public surplus website going to.
And I know they're working on that, but I'll tell you, the Ruidoso is feast or famine. Whenever he's not gonna need it, nobody needs it. When he needs it, that's when everybody needs it.
I understand.
And so it's kind of tough, but I know that we have a Suburban that everybody shares and different cars that different ones use. But I know you have some police vehicles, and how many do we have at the airport? I don't see. You know, I found out we had one.
I know there's at least one, there might be two that we had sent out to the
So
airport.
there's just one, but, you know, we had I don't know what happened to it.
I think it got auctioned.
Auctioned,
I think
so
over here Andrew was using it.
Andrews is, okay, well, I'd just like to see if we could get one that's halfway decent just to put out there and then get rid of everything else.
Right. And we could probably help out with that. I mean, a lot of the ones we've got have set for a little bit, need batteries or probably tune-ups. They still ran, so there was nothing wrong with them. They were just getting up in miles. So a service vehicle, something like that, they
But
could
the
use.
cameras, nobody else needs those kind of cameras?
The cameras that we have in there, aside from the newer vehicles we've got, are all outdated. They won't even.
Oh, nobody can use them, no other department, nothing, I mean, it's
Because they
like these
won't,
fire
they're,
trucks.
and that was the problem we ran into with the WatchGuard system was that we had to upgrade the server and the software to be able to use their new cameras because they had already phased out their other cameras.
I just figured a camera was a camera.
Yeah.
They're not.
They're expensive, and going back to the vehicles, I mean, when we had the last auction, $2,000-3,000 for a beat-up car that didn't even run, and Adam had some equipment too, and we made some very good money on those auction
Well,
vehicles.
that may answer some of these needs then.
And to your point, Councilor Corey, one of the things like I had presented in planning also was that we've identified a dealership that will actually take some of our older
Yeah.
vehicles in trade. We don't have to strip them. They're gonna take them as long as they're running, because they'll turn around and sell those to smaller departments or departments that can't actually afford to get a brand-new vehicle. So depending on condition, we may be able to recoup up to maybe $20,000 depending on the vehicle.
One of our old code enforcement employees is driving one.
Yes.
Black and white. He looks official.
Oh, yes.
Bill Powers is driving one. Okay.
All right.
So we're gonna look into getting those bikes?
Yeah, I think we should, and if we can, I know that you're trying to get titles and everything, that may be a while, but, so are you saying they could be ordered and expensed next year, or what were you saying?
I was just saying if he had room within his LEPF funds, can you come up with 16 out of there?
No, because we've expended LAPF.
No, for next,
For next year. Next year.
Are these things that are like on the ground right now?
you don't have to order them? Could we have
Those
them?
bikes we would have to order.
How long would it take? Can you have them here before June 1st?
Yeah, I believe so.
So we could put them on this year's budget. We could go ahead and do a
Yes.
current year budget on
Yeah.
that then.
Yeah, I
And get 'em.
I know the individual.
If you're gonna owe me, you're gonna owe me a lot. Don't
There he does.
Because I already took care of your software. Now I'm gonna take care of your bikes.
So how is, what volt motors are on those?
So it's a Recon power bike. It has, let's see, includes a 48-volt, 21 AH battery. So
Does it say what the motor on the back is? It 750 or?
750 to 1,000.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That'll get you up a hill.
Because we had the motorcycles before, remember that?
Yeah, that was the cluster.
That didn't work, that didn't go on too long, so.
They ran into each other
Okay,
at a parade.
Mike's.
I would get a proposal on it and let's move on it quickly.
Yes, sir.
You have to
Sure
have
you
a
get
bike
some of those
rack
sweet
and.
bike shorts too, chief.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bike shop.
Not me, not me. No. Oh, come on, man.
You in DC.
I'll put shorts on.
Finally, the last capital outlay request for the police department was to repair and refurbish the cells in the booking room. As they stand now, they've been there, I don't know how long they've been there, but they've been there at least longer than I have, and they're pretty beat up. They're not very safe. We've repaired them several times to try and correct some of the issues that have happened, but we've had people kick the doors and bend them, kick through the screens that are on there. And we've gone back and replaced them quite a few times, and so.
People are upset about getting arrested.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that, but yeah, they weren't too happy about it.
Those cells, chief, you have to have someone on duty there?
So what we have to do is, so by policy, our policy has been that we try not to hold them any longer than possible. The policy had been up to 6 hours, because generally we've got either a shift overlap or we've got, when they get to an opportunity when they can actually transport them. Over the last couple of years, we've been shorthanded, so there's been times that we've held people in there for 8 and 10 hours. We feed them. If they're there over 4 hours, we feed them. But it's just, they end up staying there they have had to stay there for an extended amount of time now.
But you have to have personnel on site when someone's in
The booking room actually has cameras in it, and so dispatch monitors those cameras if anybody's in there.
Okay, the reason I'm asking, I understand that cell we built for Judge Potter
It's not being used.
is not being used. Is there any way for you to use that?
So the problem with that, when I went in and looked at those, was, I'm not sure where the specs came from for those, but they actually put an 8-foot ceiling in there, which is fine. That's not necessarily the issue. The issue was it had exposed lighting fixtures, exposed smoke detectors, things like that, where they would be easily ripped off the walls, things like that. There's no, and then there was no way to put a camera in there where they couldn't also access that either. So I had inquired White Sands while they were still over there about what it would cost to just raise the ceilings up as high as they could. I think those internal ceilings were higher than that, but for whatever reason, they had run over the top of them with stuff. They could only go up a certain amount, and it was gonna cost us over $25,000 just to fix both of those.
Jeez.
And so, at that point, it was kind of a loss to be able to use those, because I can't safely put anybody in there. I am gonna repurpose that area, though, as a substation for police officers, because nobody's using it. I can put an office in there, I can put a desk in there, a docking station, officers can go in there, do their paperwork, they can dock their body cameras. And that gives them the ability to, one, they don't have to drive all the way back to our office. They can stop in there. It kind of divides and keeps some people on one end of town if they're working on something or, so I do plan on repurposing that area, but those 2 cells that were initially built, we'll use the fixtures going forward if we're ever able to, because we've got good fixtures in there, but we can't use the cells as they were built, unfortunately.
So you're talking about $500? Is that what you got in here for the sale?
So to refurbish and fix these up, I had budgeted or requested $40,000.
Oh, where am I looking at?
On building property maintenance is where he got his budget.
Okay.
Building,
Okay, so,
at
and
the
that's,
bottom?
Miss Judy, this was one of those ones that Miss Judy, I think, said we might be able to start, if he could start and get it done by a certain date, she could probably take care of that this year. So
It says 6,000.
that was probably why it's not on there.
Okay.
So it's not on here.
Okay.
Okay, because I see building improvements, 40,000 down here at the bottom.
That's on the department requested, Mayor, and then the proposed, we took it out because we're gonna do it.
Okay, and then the other was 500, so it's not on here.
So that's one that Miss Judy took care of. So yes, I do owe her a lot.
Wow, that's So that's a whole room?
You talking about for the
Jail
cells?
cell?
Yeah. Well, it's, there's two separate sides. The nice thing about the company we're talking to, Bulldog, they'll be able to do it one at a time, so we won't lose the ability to have a cell available. So,
Is there a bathroom inside each one of those cells, or is it outside?
no, it's outside. It's
That's what I
outside.
thought.
It's just like sitting in the floor.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember. I have dreams about that. So maybe, okay.
All right. Moving on, that was all for the PD side for capital. I did put in there as a request for personnel in talking with the Ruidoso Municipal Schools, and actually I had been approached by President Trosper from ENMU about him getting a resource officer over there as well, basically with the same contract that Ruidoso Schools has. So I've talked with President Trosper, I've talked with Superintendent Ferguson, and they were both on board to request another SRO for the Ruidoso Schools and one for the college.
So that would be 3?
So that would be a total of 3. We would have 2 dedicated to the Ruidoso Schools, and then the one for the college. And both, then, again, college is paying 50% of their salary, and the schools would be paying 50% of the other SRO as well, under the same conditions that we have our current SRO position.
Is that 50% set in concrete? I mean, could we negotiate for an additional officer at the schools? They pay 75%. Universities, a new deal, they pay 75%.
We could probably try that, but I think they were basing what they had done is they had budgeted for 50% because that was what they had asked me, President Trosper had specifically, what was, what kind of deal does the school have?
Yeah.
Because he was wanting to request one as well.
I would just try. If he's citing his budget, tell him our budget doesn't contemplate any resource.
So, okay, let's just take Sal. So, he's our SRO. So if we're paying 50 and the school is paying 50, so when school's not on, Sal is out on the street.
Correct.
So that's, I mean,
So they would, all the school resource officers would be during summer or off times, holidays, things like that, they basically go right back to patrol. Now, we wouldn't
But
alter them.
is the school paying the 50% when they're,
So their whole salary, so it's for the whole year.
so that's the point you're making is we make
For
up
12
for it in the
months of-
summer.
Of pay.
So what about the university that's
So
year-round?
I did talk to Ryan, President Trosper, and he did say that they do have an off-season, and that the schedule for that SRO would be a little more liberal than the municipal schools, because the times fluctuate and they don't need them quite as often. But, so we would be able to use him on the street a little bit more, and then during that off-season, that they would also come back to patrol.
And don't get me wrong, I respect Ryan and I'm grateful for what the university does, but, I mean, this is brand new and.
Right.
And the other thing, they're not on an 8 to 5 schedule over at the university.
No, we would, and I'm talking with him, we would work out a schedule, because most of their classes run in the evenings, so their schedules would probably be more equivalent to like what we used to have, like a swing shift, where they would start later in the day and stay later.
Right. Well, I mean, given that this is a whole new deal, I think we need to negotiate
Well, and especially
something
Sal's gonna be retiring, and you got Jimmy, and that will be taking over. Who would that be over there?
So, Officer Kalama has actually expressed interest, and so, I think he would be a good fit, so we were.
Oh, not Jimmy?
Jimmy didn't express any interest in
Okay.
going. He had in the past, before that became a possibility. So now Officer Kalama has put in for it,
and now you gotta have one more.
and so that would be to fill Sal's position, and so this would be, the one we would be that's the request. is
Would
one
we
more.
have to hire
Yeah,
2 more? I mean, so if
or
we
take them
had,
off the street.
yeah.
So I was gonna open it up outside and internally and see if we had any more interest internally. And then also open it externally, so if there is an SRO from another jurisdiction, that wanted to come up here.
Respectfully to ENMU, I mean, our priority is the citizens of the village.
Yeah.
Unless you want to say they're also used for the Ironman and the.
No, but it was, so one of the considerations in that was too, that we've used their facility for warming shelters and
Yeah,
a lot of these other
yeah.
meetings. It does, if I staff that with some of my guys, it does take people off the street or I'm doing overtime, whereas
Yeah.
we had a dedicated person there. They kind of
Ryan's a
cover some of that,
rational
but,
person. I mean,
right,
he's having to tighten his budget just like we are.
right.
But that's a good point, when they have a warming center, you got all these folks over there, because there were quite a few that one day
Evacuations,
during the
those things.
freeze.
Well, but
They
then
should
we
have had
could
an
offer
officer.
to provide police presence during that time.
Yeah,
Rather
it's-
than year
But
round.
we had them all on the street helping others, but he was saying, if he did have somebody dedicated to that, they'd already be there. So, yeah, it's another tough one if you can find it, and
Right.
we can talk to Ryan.
Yeah, he's a
They're over there spending a lot of money anyway. What's another
Yeah.
56 or 75,000? Boy, is that going slower or what? You'd have had that whole thing done already.
They're doing it piece by piece, I saw that.
Brick by brick.
Okay, and so that was the end of the requests for that budget. Going through the line items specifically.
So,
I'm sorry?
Chief, just so I understand, are those resource officers in the budget or not?
I don't think those were added into, that was the request that I had, that never got added into the budget, no.
Thank you.
But we still have one SRO in our budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Starting on page 72, non-cap, we decreased that by 9,000 after talking to Robin because we had to cover some other additional costs. I think that, in another line item. Safety equipment originally, had asked for 20 and decreased that to 15,000. And basically that covers some of the safety equipment that we buy that's, I mean, obviously equipment is equipment, but historically we use that. We can't use LEPF funds to buy things like ammunition because it's a consumable good. So I can't use the state funds for that. So we usually put that out of that, take that out of that safety line item. Moving on. The rest of the items pretty much stayed the same. I didn't change a whole lot else, with the exception of vehicle maintenance, which has been, I think those Dodge Durangos are gonna be the bane of my existence at this point, but, I did increase or ask for an increase in the vehicle maintenance. Part of that being because we actually went through, I believe, our entire budget this year that we had budgeted for last year, just trying to keep up with some of that. Now, we did pay for some incidentals like crashes that weren't terribly expensive, but, those Dodge Durangos have kind of eaten up a lot of my vehicle maintenance. Not knowing at the time, obviously, those were what we could buy at the time, but they, like I covered this before, they put the battery underneath the passenger seat, and so for us to change a battery, it costs almost $400, because they have to actually take the cage loose in the back, move the seat, get in, get the battery, and then put it all back together again. It's not a $100 battery like we can get at Walmart, lift the hood, throw it in, and be done with it. On top of the fact that we've lost engine mounts, water pumps, fuel pumps. So, and fuel pumps seem to be the biggest thing, and those are $1,200 a shot, and they go out. The last set of vehicles we got, they started going out within 1,000 miles. And so we've
That
had
should have been a
them.
warranty on them.
So we were warranting a lot of them. However, we drive them to either Sierra Blanca Motors or Alamogordo. We even took one back to Albuquerque. They fix it, and it'll go 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles, and another one goes out. And so we'll warranty that one, and then eventually we ran out of warranty on all of them, and nobody could actually give us a reason why they kept going out.
Who do we take them to locally?
So right now, because all of them are out of warranty, so we've got, Zach Letterman doing our automotive stuff. He's actually checking on a different fuel pump that may possibly work better, but, right now I mean, he's saving us a little bit of money because he can do it right where we're at, and he's pretty quick about getting them done, but they're still,
Because I've seen some of our vehicles sitting out in front of that one business months.
yep. And it's hard to get some of these guys. We've had vehicles sitting down in Alamogordo for 8 months because they either waiting on parts or they just, I mean, they're so backed up. Sierra Blanca Motors is better now. They're getting faster. If we're doing any kind of, or had been doing any kind of, warranty work, they're getting better, but it still takes us a little bit to get some of these through. But I think we're in a position now. Zach's been a big help, especially on the maintenance stuff, because he's showing up. We're able to knock him out. If we schedule him right, he can knock out 6 or 7 oil changes in a day, right there at our office. We don't even have to take him anywhere. So we're hoping on the back end, going with the newer vehicles, the Fords, going back to Fords, and having a better service plan, that we'll be able to save a little bit of money back on the vehicle maintenance, to include doing things like buying a 55-gallon drum of oil so that we're not paying by the quart, because we're gonna save a considerable amount of money that way as well, so. But that was the reason we had initially asked for 110,000 on that, and it got scaled back to 80,000, just because, but the request was because of what we were spending this last year, and if those vehicles continue to go down, until we can get through another couple of budget years where we can kind of cycle some of those out. I'd like to sell some of those off first, but that's the plan.
Yeah, about 3 years.
And that was the end of the police department. 40. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is probably for Judy. I remember, I was looking at your overtime, like always. In this budget, is it out of the general fund and then out of the transfer out of lodger's tax? I remember we somehow sent money to them for their overtime for special events. Is that still going on or stopped?
Counselor Slavas, we have never done that.
Yeah, because you can't pay for personnel through lodger's tax.
I remember we did. Yeah, and when I first came on,
Allocated it for the bike rally and.
for all of that.
Yeah.
And it was really low. And I think back then, that's where we increased it. Because you could do it for special events and trash. It could, for big events where more trash
Picking
could
up
be
more
picked
trash and
up.
stuff like that.
But that's what I was just wondering if.
And Counselor Salsa.
Maybe if we had a cost of service charge,
Right.
but it can't pay for it now. But, I have not come up with the cost of service for police or fire. I know we talked about that in the budget, but I have not been able to, do that calculation.
Because I believe when you were there, they did overtime for just those events and stuff, and then that increased it.
Yeah, it was like 35,000 or something.
So
I'll get with our new legal, I'll get because the restrictions on lodger's tax are so,
Yeah. Tough.
they're really stated out, and, I mean, there's a lot of gray area, but now that we have the new council, maybe I'll have him review and we can take it to him and see what his opinion is.
Could you let us know, Judy, what you find out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Counselor Salas, and Counselor Corey, I do remember that too. We used to bill those back because we had project codes that were specifically set aside
remember that.
for lodger's tax when we did the motorcycle rallies and things like that, because we made those mandatory work days, so we were paying overtime for the guys for the entire weekend.
Parades and all that, that's.
Correct.
I kind of.
So, but there is an amount of overtime money. We do get grant funding from Safer New Mexico and Lincoln County DWI, so there is some reimbursements that we get on that end as well, so.
Okay.
Any other questions? Moving on to Department 45. So Department 45. Department 45, I made no changes to. So, in working with Judy last year, starting 75, thank you. Working with Judy last year, we did clean this department up a little bit because in the past we had sworn, if you will, police officers in this department, and we also had them in 40. So basically, I just took all of the, anybody that wears a badge, if you will, anybody that's a sworn officer out of 45, put them in 40. So all of my cops are in 40, civilians are in 45. So this covers my administrative assistant, records clerk, evidence, and ACO and PSA positions. So we cleaned that up, and so really the only thing in 45 is salaries. And we made no changes to that. Actually, we had a decrease in that one because of the one position that we gave up and moved over to, community development for the code enforcement.
So how many code enforcement officers do we have now?
So the one full-time, Chris Kelly, that's his primary function. That was what I gave him to Chris for, because like I think as I expressed before, the attention to codes wasn't, the guys, ACO guys were doing animal control, they were doing code enforcement, they were helping the cops. So they were kind of splitting all over the place. It made more sense to give up a position to somebody that could do nothing but codes. That way, when those calls came in, they were kind of dedicated to that. And
So we're
they
not
would get-
looking for another one?
So so mine, as we rewrote that, were animal control and police service aides. Because I gave up that one for, going into community development or for planning and zoning. I don't know if there was any ever intent on Alex's part before, he left, if he was planning on asking for another, or not. So now, my ACO guys will still help out when needed or requested. But I know Chris Kelly's been going around picking up signs. He's been handling a lot of the code stuff here lately, so, and helping them out quite a bit.
Ron, I forgot to ask, when Isaac was here, are we still doing fog inspections?
Mayor Crawford, Council Court, yes. He has one of his techs there that does the fog. He goes out to all the restaurants and different places and checks on it. You know who that is, Adam?
I believe it was Jeremy Garcia,
Okay.
or Jeremy,
Jeremy
Zamora?
Zamora, sorry.
Mora, yeah, I knew it was Jeremy, I couldn't remember.
Okay. But, so the police only has one. We had three at one time.
So we actually, when I kind of ran this down, what happened, I think, and this was before, I was in this position, is that there was a position pulled out of patrol and moved over to animal control code enforcement. So there was at one time 4.
Oh.
And so with that, I gave I gave one to community development for the code enforcement. And then because the other 2, the job descriptions had been rewritten basically as animal control police service aid, I gave the third position, I moved it back into patrol to fill that one that had been taken out of there originally.
Okay.
So, which leaves us with 2 animal control police service aides. And then the third position went back to patrol, the 4th one went to community development.
Okay.
Any other questions on 45? Okay. And then moving on to Department 47. So this is the consolidated dispatch. There were not a whole lot of changes. Capital outlay, we didn't ask for any additional personnel. Capital outlay, we requested $16,000, and that was to cover the server that we needed for the implementation of the new emergency medical dispatch program that we purchased closer right at a couple months ago.
Right.
That'll get that system up and running, and then we'll be able to use that going forward.
Are they fully staffed, Chief?
They are not. We're down
3.
3 positions right now.
How many do we have over there?
So we've got 8, and there should be, we're slotted for 11.
There's 7 in background.
Yeah, we've got quite a few in background. She's constantly getting applications. So hopefully we'll get some more put in there.
How much does Ruidoso Downs provide?
So they pay 25% of the operating costs and 21% of the personnel.
Yes.
Any other sources?
Nope.
And the personnel is ours.
Yep.
I mean, they
Work for us.
work for the Village of Red also.
But do they pay part of that?
21%.
21%.
And then
We
they-
tried at the time to get the county involved, and they were not interested.
They were till they weren't.
They weren't until they were, after we're done.
So, so we do get a little bit of that money back, especially on operating costs, on some of these things that we spend. Going through the line items on page 76, non-cap, we had asked for 15, and we cut that back to 5,000. They don't typically have a lot of equipment. Most of that, we cover on small items, so they're okay with that. And then everything else, we didn't really make any additions to. Everything else is pretty much the way we had budgeted last year, with the exception of some of the only things that the line items that have gone up were like software maintenance, but those were contracts that we already had. They just incrementally go up each year. But those have all been detailed in there for software and equipment maintenance.
And then Katie got an award.
She did.
Yeah,
Katie's kind of a badass, though.
yeah, she is.
Any other questions on Department 47? I know I've got Department 211, starting on page 78 now. It's our law enforcement protection fund that we get from the state. I've already applied for that. And when that comes in, we should be getting, I believe it's anywhere from 129,500 to 131,000. I'm not sure if there's a $1,500 difference depending on if they add $1,500 for the school resource officer to that, or if it's added in conjunction with that,
So this is the school resource officer.
So this is just, so this is what we get for, basically, the state gives us every year, we get $95,000 per municipality, and then we get $1,500 per officer that we have employed with us at the time. And so that's so the funds that Manager Sena was talking about, that we would take out to do some of the upfit on the vehicles, that's where some of this money, that money would come from, is this law enforcement protection fund. We can use it for equipment. We can't use it for salaries, but we can use it for equipment. We can use it for training, things like that.
Okay.
And then I think the last item that we had, and that was the DWI.
What about 430? Are we phasing that out? Let's say it's all zeros now.
430.
Law enforcement protection.
So on the DWI grant that we got the grant, and that was $8,560. And then for the distribution grant, it's $201,400. That's what the mayor and I were at Tuesday, and that was what the award for the village received on that.
What
So
page are you on?
it's just on my phone here.
80.
The numbers,
Pass your phone over.
It's
there you
80.
go. But that's the numbers we did receive, so.
Okay, I was asking about page 79. That's-
Counselor Corey, we only have budgeted in the outfitting for the one vehicle, Chief Benner, and we'll look at it.
That's the 40,000 that, obviously, the third vehicle that we needed to upfit. That's at 40,000. The rest of it will probably get split between training in schools and, equipment.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Ron.
Oh, no.
So the DWI that's fully covered by state grants?
Mayor Crawford, Council Corey, yes, it's through the liquor excise tax. There is a small match on that, and he's able to provide in-kind services or accounts payable, and they print checks and anything for the reimbursement, he's able to use their salaries for that, so.
How often are those payments made? Because I know when he talked to us during the strategic planning, he was saying there was a gap in the payment.
It's usually, it's a quarterly payment is what it is. On the distribution, you get that every quarter on the distribution. On the regular grant that he applied for, he'll have to send in for, and then he gets a reimbursement.
Any other questions? Thank you, Council. Mayor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're gonna move on to planning and zoning. Currently, we do not have a community development director, so I'll present the budget. So all of the vacant positions, I believe it's just the community development director.
Correct,
right?
yes.
That's still in the budget. Did we post that already?
Yes, so actually Cheryl just gave me an update this afternoon. We have 7 applications that I get to review this evening.
Oh,
So-
good.
Does this include the economic development director?
The
Yeah.
economic development director, Mayor and Council Corey, it's gonna be out of the executive fund,
Mm-hmm.
the administrative.
Okay,
Along with the-
not P and Z.
No, financial,
Okay.
too, but not reflective in this one.
So we don't currently have that position filled, is that?
No. And how many openings, and I know it's not your department, Madison, but
The only opening that we have is the director.
We also have a building inspector position vacant. We have 2 and we have a third that's budgeted.
Oh, okay.
didn't we outsource part of that to the state?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, the state's willing to assist the village if needed. They would take it from cradle to grave on any of their inspections, so we do have that. If our staff does need that assistance, they're willing to do that for us. And we would still receive the fees. Still receive the fees.
So I'll just start going through the line items, where we had any additions. And some publications did go up a little bit. The subscription and dues, those went up a small portion. Postage stayed the same. And then, with the addition of the code enforcement officer, our uniform badges and supplies went up, as well as the general office supplies. Fuel also went up due to the code enforcement officer. That went up $2,000. And then the safety equipment, we added that line in. And that'll include the body camera for the code enforcement officer, boot and safety shoe allowance, a bulletproof vest, and the general PPE.
How did that get transferred to P and Z, the code enforcement?
Go ahead, Ron.
Back in, I think in October, November, when Mike was still here and the chief, they brought this idea to the mayor and I, having a dedicated code enforcement just for our clean and liens, for any of our code violations within our planning and zoning.
Short-term rentals, because
Yes.
one of our guys that was here was doing code enforcement, then we had him specifically doing a lot of work on clean and liens. And that wasn't really what he wanted to do, and so he left.
Because I remember when I was community development director, one of the problems was who called the shots, the chief or?
And that's what this is he's in there, he can write tickets, he can refer to the judge.
So he can write tickets. Is he uniformed?
Yeah, I don't know who it is. Do you?
So it's Chris Kelly.
Chris Kelly.
Does he carry a firearm?
Currently, I did not see him wearing a uniform. I think that's what we're trying to get budgeted here.
But I'm not sure they can even carry a firearm because they're not an officer, and that's what, they're a non-commissioned officer.
He's not a sworn officer.
No.
Okay, so Mayor Ron, you guys made this change. Are you satisfied with how it's?
Well, it's just gotten started, really.
Yeah, it's only been maybe a couple months that we've been doing it. I'd say since maybe mid-January.
And we were working with that through Alex to try to get these clean and leans and stuff,
Yes.
staying on top of them, keeping them reporting.
But who is guiding him? Because when he
It'll
was
be,
in,
it was supposed to be Alex, and now
Well,
then
'cause-
it'll be,
So for the time being, it's me.
that's, okay. It just didn't seem like he really understood maybe what he was doing.
No, I understand that completely because we've had some discussions and I'd call them up and say, go look at this property and that property. So we're working with them to give them a direction and
Yeah, I
what needs to
totally
be
get
done.
it.
Because he did, that's
We just
absolutely
don't want
correct.
to set him up for failure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is he doing STR inspections?
Not
not
this.
now, he's not, no. But some.
Do we have an inspector for? I
Fire
know-
department and then,
What's his name?
So- Brian's doing it as well, right? So he's supporting
Dave,
Chris on.
you know,
Okay.
Going down to the general office supplies, they did budget in the copy overage, that we're taking over from RJU. And then non-cap supplies, there's 2,000 for general supplies, that would be a general replacement. The GIS planner, new computer would be 2,500. A new computer for the multidisciplinary inspector is 2,000, and then office furniture for the multidisciplinary inspector.
Where are we, Madison? I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, it's 85.
85?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
And from my understanding with our meeting with Alex was that the director computer had not been replaced for quite some time. So we did budget in a replacement computer, at 2,500. And then tablets for the inspectors and code enforcement officer at 2,400.
So last year, what did we use? How much money did we do for clean and lean?
Oh,
The same?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Leatherman, we did 250 last year and that's what,
Okay.
and that one's gonna be under the contractual services. Also included in the contractual is the GIS licensure, which is 180,000.
Right.
So given what's coming down the pike, there's 250.
It'll be different.
Not even close. Not even close.
So how will we address that? Through budget adjustments?
initially, but we're still expecting it from our discussions with DHSEM to be covered.
and even through the CDBG DR.
Reimbursed.
There's three paths for that. I don't know if we wanted to go into that, Mayor.
Sure.
Okay. So the PPDR, the Private Property Debris Removal Program, is first, which is why we are trying to get the resolutions done for our special meeting next week. So that way they can meet the April 30th deadline to apply for that program. That's option A. Option B will be the buyout program with the county and NRCS, EWP program. Option C will be, if both of those fail, that we can still potentially use CDBG DR funding. DHSCM is going to be applying for an amendment to their currently approved plan for that. It has not been approved yet. They just started that process. So.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we're also paying Q structures. They're doing the property assessments that we're hoping to get reimbursed also by the state. And the attorney fees, you all met Mike. He's working on the resolutions. That's another cost we're going to incur also, and that could be over 100,000. So we're working towards getting that all reimbursed also.
Will that all be under the community or planning and zoning umbrella? from an accounting standpoint?
Not for sure on that yet. But right now, we are paying some of the fees out of that 250 for the Q structures. The attorney fees are coming out of the legislative fund, so.
So is this state funds or federal funds?
It depends.
So, yes, so the PPDR program is a federal reimbursement.
And is that shut down right now? It's part of, I mean, is,
So yes and no, right? We cannot
To us
contact
it
them.
is, but to the
Yes.
state it's not.
Yes.
And then the CDBG-R is part of a HUD program.
yeah.
So that's federal, but it's going to be administered by the state on the housing. So it is, it isn't. It
Yes,
is.
it's flow-through funds from the feds to the
But
state,
the
so.
state has to get it
Yes.
first before we can get it.
Yeah, they're going to approve everything that we do, and that's what the conversations we've been having with them is to
Yes.
line all of this up and the what-ifs get answered, and that's what we've been trying to do, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is still very much a moving target.
Yeah, it's
But it's
fluid.
still a big what if.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, we've constantly done this, and it's got approved. And so it's the process of working through the approval, because this is different than anywhere else in the country. It's not a burn, the fire's out, we're over, and then we'll fix it. This is continually. And so it's a new animal, and so everybody's trying to figure out, how do we do it? We know we need to do it. And that's the language that we hear from all the different departments and the
It's just
people
so
from
scary
FEMA and
because I thought projected meant, we were gonna get it, but,
Projected,
yeah, when we have our projected,
obligated?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
yes,
obligated.
Obligated,
Well, it will be.
but
We just don't know when.
So, yes, I mean, the CDBG-DR money is obligated. The state is the fiscal agent for that money. But the request to amend, they had to draft a project that took them 8 months
Yeah.
in 2025 to get a project to HUD that HUD would approve. They now have to go back and amend that as a fail-safe.
Because
for
it's
this
here,
program.
and then it's like, but we got this over here, what do we do with this, and how do we help? So then DHSEM is pressing the conversation, and we have these conversations back and forth, and then they say no, yes, no, and then yes, 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 and that's the way it's getting at.
Susan, I think what you're getting at is what we heard earlier today. Funds that are obligated, but they're hanging out there. We're not getting the money.
I mean, you might as well say, well, I mean.
No, it's the system, and it's obligated means that it's, yes, we're gonna do it, and then the government's been shut down
Obligated
for so
means
long.
FEMA approves the project.
And so it's gonna get done, but all these other things are
Money has to
happening.
be completed and then have to submit for payment.
And then
And
inspected.
then,
Okay, so who does FEMA go to for that payment? Do they go to Mark Wayne or whatever his,
Mark Wayne, he's the DHS secretary. They will approve, he approves the amounts, but then there's minions of people, or I wouldn't say that, there's different department heads for this region six.
so
Region six.
FEMA's approving those figures internally. They have their own auditors checking those things out.
I don't understand. So if you say yes and everything's taken care of, here you go. I don't
Well, we're still
understand.
going in the engineering stage.
Yes, yeah, so it is a reimbursement program, right? The monies are spent up front and then reimbursed on the back end.
And we're still in the engineering, we had to get them obligated, which means, okay, we recognize it and blah, blah, then we're gonna pay for it. So we go to engineering, so we know what to do, so we can go out for bid. Once it's bid, it's completed, inspected, and then we submit for payment.
So we have these obligated, but in the meantime,
We're using
when we're
Senate
using,
31,
okay,
the 55 million.
I forget about
Is FEMA part of DHS?
Yes.
So is their funding up in the air right now?
Yes, that's what's been held up. And so but now then they're saying by May, they can't even pay their employees.
But the
So some-
55 million is from the state.
Yes.
And so we can draw
We're
on it.
borrowing it right now and gonna implement it.
We're borrowing it, hoping that
The federal government will reimburse us,
Yes.
yes.
That's for obligated.
That's where the shell game comes in, and I
Project,
forgot what
yes.
day it was by then, but that's the whole point. We're
I don't
borrowing.
think, I don't, at least this average citizen had no idea FEMA's funds were being held hostage over the
ICE.
ICE issue.
It's important to understand, so Stafford Act, which is where disaster funding comes from, that is by statute. So that is not necessarily being choked off by the lack of funding for DHS. To the mayor's point, that's staffing. So the folks sitting in Denton, Texas may not be able to get paid here in a week and a half. And then that's where the real breakdown will begin.
Yeah.
Because right now, it's just they can't release the major funding source, that and the ICE is part of it. But when the people that we're working with, counting on, they're not gonna talk to us.
Yeah, well, especially if they're not there.
And so it eventually will get done because it's obligated.
Correct.
Eventually. And so that's where the frustration is, but we've been allowed DFA, Ron's been working with those guys constantly to let us tap into the Senate Bill 31 money. Okay,
When- so
which
when
part
is
of ours
that
is.
due?
Well, it'll be due when we get paid back. That's the
Yes.
agreement, remember? That once we get the money, it goes back to pay off the
Okay.
debt.
Okay.
And then, we were obligated at 44 million, but then DHSEM said, okay, we're paying for the bridges. DFA agreed. It says, we're gonna let you pay for the 6 bridges, so that's why we went past 44 million to 50 million, and then possibly more. And so we're in that game now, and that's why it gets so confusing.
And thank you. But I'm not in on some of these meetings, and I get the butt end of stuff
Well, I mean,
sometimes,
all along
and I
since-
forget
Yeah,
about.
House Bill 1, remember, was worth 100 million. And we were all happy. And then we found out there was a big loan component, we couldn't even touch it till after it was totally done. And then they moved it over to Senate Bill 31.
Okay, yeah.
And then, so now we've got that money enacted that we can borrow against it to go ahead and pay for the jobs.
And the reason for moving it to Senate Bill 31 is House Bill 1 was only for the 2004
24
disaster,
Yeah.
4795. So when we had 4886, the disaster, Senate Bill 31 would cover any current disasters and then future disasters.
I had statistic classes that weren't as complicated.
I mean, honestly, if you can.
You're not kidding.
You have to,
Well, we review it every day and I
I
still
know
get
you
lost.
do.
2008, right? Not 2004.
He meant 2024.
2024, and then 25 is what Senate Bill 31 allowed. In 2008, from the Dolly flood,
Right.
is the bridges that just came up that they're putting in the pot.
And that was DR 1783,
And they
which,
said you gotta have them done by June. And then, so we went down and requested an extension, and I still haven't been told we got the extension.
no, we're working on the extension right now.
We still haven't been fully paid for 08.
No.
Yeah, we were paid for '08. It's just that we never got the money for the bridges. And what we found out was the state actually got the allocation from FEMA, but lost it, didn't pay it to us. And they finally admitted to that in 2000 and, long time ago.
No.
50.
And Judy's still
And
trying to
that's
get,
where, yeah, that's this money. So it's been a nightmare, to say the least.
No wonder our citizens don't understand what the heck. I mean,
And how do you even break that down
You
enough to
can't
relay
explain
to
it.
the citizens?
It's difficult to
There's no
explain.
form, there's no
and if
breakdown
you
for that.
figure that one out, please.
It's
No,
just
I'm
gotta
not
get
smart enough to
done,
figure
and
that
that's
out.
why when we start all these projects, when we start getting blades in the ground and we start the buyout program, and then unfortunately, when we come, I think it's A, buyout, B is gonna be the clean and lean, and then the PPDR, and then the CDBG, to me. So we wanna get everybody in there that can buy. That 235 is gonna go like that. They've already got 260 plus
Applicants.
applicants, and most of those properties were $1 million. So there you go.
Yep.
And then the rest of it is gonna be on us to get those out of the line of fire so that they don't endanger neighbors or anybody else. So those are gonna come down, and then there's a lot of them that are questionable in the floodplain map.
Oh, yeah.
That is a whole nother, that we're trying to get together, the attorneys, the bankers, the candlestick makers, and everybody else to have an input. And it still's not gonna be any clearer. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madison.
Okay. We did have a raise on the lien fees. That's in 52002. That went from 200 to 2,000. And then a significant drop in professional services. That's due to the rollover of the comprehensive plan. That PO is still open and will continue into the next fiscal year. There was a raise in the phone line due to the tablet plans. Once we buy them, we'll have to do the plan with Verizon or T-Mobile. Travel and schools did go up 5,000 due to the code enforcement officer. And then equipment rental was added on for the copier, and that's 3,500. There is one capital outlay request. This is for a Ford Ranger similar model. It's budgeted at 55,000 and then 2,000 for the decals, I believe, if I remember right.
And that's for what department?
For community development, and that was because they had an older vehicle. Yes.
Sorry, they have an older vehicle that they're looking to replace.
So, are we budgeting any increase in STR revenues?
No.
Let me go to the,
I mean, we did, and I think it's already been budgeted.
in the general fund revenues, yes. Let me go down to that.
They told me the other day that there was almost 2,000 of them.
Yeah, but I keep hearing.
That makes
these
sense to me,
numbers,
yeah,
But show us the money.
yeah. Well, and Christiani said that she had been collecting a bunch, making a lot of phone calls, and that people were getting on the new system and paying.
So, looking at the general fund revenues, the budgeted amount remained at $360,000. Currently, year-to-date, we've collected $195,000.
And that's just on the registration fees.
The short-term residential fee, yes.
What page are you looking at?
This is on page 153. This is the general fund revenues,
153?
153.
Okay, I don't have a 153, I don't think.
It'll
So,
be, it's towards the end of the packet.
It's very, yeah, I bet you.
oh, there it is right there. So, are we recognizing the new fee structure? Because we went from, what was it, $50 to 400, 300, what was it?
I'll check.
Okay.
And then I'll let you know in the
What
morning.
line item is it?
That is line item,
Oh, I see, 42,042.
Yep, yeah, short-term rental fee, 80,000, but I don't know what that is, if that
I'll
reflects.
find out the rates.
Thank you.
Okay, and then, and I don't mean to stump you, Madison.
No, you're okay.
You're doing a great job. When you say year-to-date activity, what period does that cover?
That covers, well,
6:30, we're on a fiscal year.
it
No,
runs,
but I mean,
so we ran this report on April 15th. So it would be anything that we have posted to the general ledger as of April 15th.
okay, thank you.
Where do you have the April 15th number?
So down at the bottom left-hand corner of
Okay,
these
there I
reports,
see
it
it,
has the
415.
run date.
Okay,
Mayor, Council, can I just ask a random question about like these? Obviously, we've noticed that vehicles are a high priority for all of us right now. And we have some departments that are asking for large trucks, other departments that are asking for super small trucks, and then other departments that don't quite know what they need yet. And to Councilor Corey's point of having vehicle sharing available, it doesn't make sense to me to spend $55,000 on a Ford Ranger or $57,000 on a Ford Ranger when we have other departments that are buying 1,500 or half-ton pickups for the same price. That could be a shared vehicle if we upgraded the size of that vehicle. I mean, I get it that the smaller trucks are gonna have better gas mileage running around town.
Well, that's his primary job.
Yeah.
There won't be no sharing.
There'll be no sharing of that vehicle.
He's driving
period.
it to check every job.
And that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
All day. He's the
Yeah, that's
inspector.
yeah.
Just like Dick's guys, they go out all day long, they have their own truck to inspect the property.
Right.
That's what this guy does too.
Okay.
And so, I'm with you, do they get actually better gas mileage?
Mhm.
That was always my question. 'Cause
I don't think
most
they really
everybody
do.
I know that gets a little truck said, man, I wished I would went ahead and got the big truck.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
But it's a Ford Ranger.
The Danger Ranger.
And your point is?
But that's when we usually leave it up to the department head and those guys that are actually using the tool.
Okay.
I don't use the tool, so I trust what they're saying, or I can't
What they
trust them at
need or
all,
what they
yeah.
want is what.
And
they
that's
need.
kind of where I'm at, and that's when we have these discussions.
That's all that I have for planning and
They
zoning.
have another little Ford truck my mother-in-law's got. That thing's sweet as silk. It makes gasoline.
It's not a village truck. You're referring.
Yeah, I need to find out if we can get one of those. I forgot Maverick, a Ford Maverick.
Oh, yeah.
I had to pull over and empty the gas tank. It makes so much gas.
Well,
So
and-
maybe we ought to check into that.
And Mayor, he had put in a Ford Ranger, but he never just decided on the model, so.
Okay.
That can change, and we can look at
I
the
think
gas
you're right on
mileage.
those Ford Mavericks. I've been seeing a lot of
It's
city
got the bigger
entities using
tires.
those.
It's four-wheel drive, but she drove it all the way to Odessa and nearly back before she put me in it, so. Anyway, I was just curious, but that's my take on it, but y'all can have your discussion on it. But those guys, it's gonna be hard to share vehicles.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's not like Ron and he or, you know.
Well, then it sounds like we need to leverage the auction route as a means to maybe subsidize some of these new purchases.
I agree.
And I guess only in my thought process was in a time of emergency or need, and City Hall or Village Hall is shut down, then those other department entities would then possibly become available to the departments that would need to transport trailers, trucks, goods, everything like that. And if we had viable trucks for each department that could serve a multitude of purposes, then it would make it a little bit more.
Because we went with those heavier ones to put a plow on the front, anything we could,
Yeah,
but I don't know that we did that with half tons, did we?
No, I was the only one that had the half ton with the plow on it, and it was
not a.
Tricky.
horrible on that truck.
Oh, I'm sure, but, yeah, you hammer that poor little truck. And I'm not saying every department should drive a 3/4 ton or bigger
Right.
by any means, but it sounds like Eric's hauling an 8,000-pound trailer fully loaded, and a 1,500 could do that.
And that's one of the things that we can actually look at too is, everybody has their dedicated position when, something happens. There could be, a public works person pick up that trailer and take it, like you said,
Sure.
Wherever it needed to go, yeah.
if it came down to it. But like I said, I think the auction part of it needs to happen, especially like for like the, the smaller stuff like the e-bikes and stuff like that for the PD and the smaller ticket items.
And I still don't know, how do we not end up with a title when we buy a truck?
Exactly.
I mean, I know there's a simple explanation.
I believe they're the older vehicles that we have when we try to sell them and looking for those titles, and Yvonne's working on it. She's done a.
What year are we talking about them on?
There's several that, every one that I didn't have a title for, whenever I took it over, I sent it all to the state, and there's some that they don't even show.
What
record of
year
the
are
title.
these vehicles?
I mean, you have trucks from the
No, lost
70s,
title.
80s, 90s.
I have.
And they won't let you do a lost
They said
title?
they don't even have record of the title, so they
No,
can't,
you-
there's nothing they can give me.
79.
There are some that they did have it, and they sent
You
it
have
to
trucks
me.
from
There's some that they're
1979?
just like.
It's still
So
sitting
what
around.
are we
Probably
doing
from the
now?
70s.
Who keeps the titles now?
I do.
Okay.
And it takes, when we get a new vehicle, just like, for example, the Suburban that the fire department got, as soon as I got the certificate of origin and all the paperwork, I sent it in that day to the state. Yesterday, I barely got that license plate back. So
Jeez.
it takes them a long time to even get the new ones to me.
And I know equipment, is even worse. I mean, you've been, I'm sure you've been through that, you know, you get a piece of equipment, a backhoe or something like that, and it really doesn't have a title, it goes through the state, and it has a number through the state who's dedicated to.
Yeah, we're having
A
problems with our
serial
jetting
number
trailer
and
right
not
now,
a
same
VIN number,
situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's just some that they say that they don't have anything, they can't give us anything, so I don't know where we go from there.
Just talking out loud, when we auction those vehicles though, I mean, it could be of the person who purchased it to do a lost or stolen title or whatever it's called, right? Lost title. And make them go through the MVD steps.
I mean,
to
we
get-
could do that, but she's saying they gotta at least have a record
No
of it.
record of it to give me.
Like it doesn't exist.
Exist,
But it has a registration to it for the village though.
I mean, I have,
but you got a VIN number.
and I have copies of the certificate of origin.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it has a VIN number. It has to be somewhere down there.
So
And it
it's some-
should be on the insurance schedule.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, everything is on insurance, even if it
Well,
doesn't have a
that was
title.
one thing, the self-insurance board we started going to, and that's when we found out we have a lot of stuff that we're insuring is not even running.
We went through the whole list and we did an audit on it. We had to clean, there was a vehicle in Las Cruces that was still covered under our insurance.
And everything
Somebody
that
had
had
to drive
ever
it.
been auctioned, I don't think it
No.
had ever been taken off, so. we
The
haven't
good
really
news
gone
is,
through that
they weren't
whole-
ever involved in the commission of a crime
Yeah.
or an accident, so,
And the thing
okay.
about it is we're paying for them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so after we took out all those, our premium went down a little.
Oh, yeah.
Then
Oh, my
we have so many
gosh.
accidents, so it just keeps going back
Yeah.
up anymore.
Madison, before I forget, you've done an outstanding job.
Yes,
Thank
you have.
Thank you.
And kudos to you too, Judy.
Yep, thanks for hanging in there with us.
Are you applying for the planning and community development?
I'm very happy with my new position.
Look at Heath.
Where are we at now?
If you guys don't have any more questions for community development, then I'll bring
Library.
start going through the library.
Yay, library.
Everyone be quiet.
Did you get that elevator fixed?
Yes, it's fixed.
Yeah, they had 2 Carols stuck in it.
Oh, no, they did.
Yeah.
Well, the door didn't close all the way, so it was going nowhere. It was open about this far.
Oh,
It didn't
no.
close when they hit the button, so.
Uh-oh.
But the mayor came over and got it open for them before the fire department even arrived, so.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to start with your capital outlay?
The capital outlay.
The carpet squares, and then talk about your reclass. Those all are in the budget.
They're all in the budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start off with capital outlay. I'm asking for $43,000 for recarpeting upstairs at the library. I have no idea when it was last carpeted. It hasn't been done for the 10 years I've been here. And it's needed to be done for almost the whole 10 years that I've been here. They just get more runners and more runners all the time. And then back in tech services, where we've moved desks and different things around, there's pieces of carpet that are actually missing. They've just frayed so badly.
Well, it looks like you're gonna get it.
It is budgeted.
Counselor Letterman in line 53000.
Yeah, I see it. Great.
And so we'll get that done because it does create a safety hazard with all the runs that we have in it. And we do plan on getting the carpet squares so that you don't have those kinds of difficulties, and there'll be enough extra carpet squares if one needs to be replaced, it can be done.
That way if you tear one or one gets messed up, you can just change out the square.
Right, instead of it making a run all the way the whole
Oh,
distance to
gosh.
the library. So that's for the capital outlay. And then next is a reclassification of my youth services librarian to make her a supervisor. And I have several reasons why I want to get that done. First and foremost is all of our library assistants have done rotations with adult services and youth services, some more than one rotation. And I want to make them semi-permanent instead of rotating every 3 to 6 months. And semi-permanent would be that they'd be either in adult services or children's services for 9 months of the year. And then they would spend 3 months in the other area so that they refresh everything and they don't forget how to work that area. And in doing so, it's been difficult for the library supervisor when they're downstairs to be able to get down there and be working with them and knowing exactly what they're doing. The youth services librarian, when they're downstairs now, she sends weekly reports to myself and the library supervisor so that we know all the different things that the library assistants are doing down there. And I just feel like it's better to have 2 ladders, one for youth and one for adult. They could crisscross, of course, but that way we're also doing the library assistants. There's a library support staff certification that can be gotten through the American Libraries Association. And once they get that certificate, then they'll be able to be reclassified as a library technician once they get that certification. And that certification will take them 3 years to complete. So it's not something that they do right away. They've all except for Mercedes, has started on it. But, so we'd have 2 eligible for that. And that makes 2 ladders. So you go from library assistant to library technician, and then there's a supervisor for each area, and then there's the manager.
Do you have a number 2 designee?
I do. It is Amanda. She's the library supervisor. And in this switch, she would just be not responsible for 2 of the library assistants. They would be evaluated by the youth services librarian as a supervisor.
Okay, and is that part of the succession planning?
As far as, I'm sorry, I'm not,
Well, whenever you retire, this,
yes, she has been named as my, the one that I'm developing to be my successor is Amanda, who is the current library supervisor.
She's great, too.
She is. And she does do time over at the museum. She does cataloging of items that are donated into the Past Perfect system at the museum as well. And she's getting a little bit extra money to do that for them.
okay. I don't mean to speak out of turn, but what's happening with your library van?
Okay, so most recently, we have been trying to promote folks reserving books so that we can go on our route and take them to a drop site for them to pick them up. We've been promoting that on social media and at the library, but I think we need to go out there and do it in person by running the routes and by passing flyers out to let everyone know, because as of this point in time, nobody's taken advantage of that service.
Okay, so it's early days, so.
It is.
So you're tweaking it.
We are.
Okay.
And over the months, depending on how many people we get, we can always add new routes, change routes, whatever is going to work best for the patrons that need to utilize this.
Okay, and you're carrying a cross-section of books.
No, we do not actually take any books with us for them to browse. This is strictly just them reserving what we have
Okay,
available and us taking it to a site for them to pick up, because it's easier than driving all the way in to Ruidoso
okay.
to do so. Eventually, if this works really well, I would like to start spending money on a collection for the van that patrons can browse
Uh-huh.
at these stops.
Yeah, I'm just curious because when school's out, reaching out to children throughout the area to,
And right now,
Access
the state
books.
library does have a bookmobile
Yes,
that
ma'am.
comes to Lincoln County
okay.
in different spots. But that's the way that I was looking at for having two ways of folks moving up and helps keep them at the library. And so far, everyone there that's there now seems to really like being there and doesn't plan on going anyplace else.
Good.
It's good.
And if they do, get them on the elevator.
Then they'll just be stuck for a while. Unless the mayor comes to the rescue again.
That's amazing.
Mayor's office,
Good
what's your
job.
emergency?
And that's been budgeted for us to move the youth services librarian to the youth services supervisor. Any more questions on that?
No, ma'am.
Then we'll start with our budget items. Our dues and subscriptions have increased. So I increased that by taking some money from other different areas that we go over. But dues and subscriptions are something that I believe to be very important with talks of not funding the museum and library because we get money, the state gets money from them, and it funds their subscriptions that they have that allow everybody in the state to be able to use those resources for free. And they supply about 45 of them right now. And if that money doesn't come through, then they can only rely on the ones that we pay for. So that increased to $13,400. The postage, we decreased by about 100. We had a high volume of interlibrary loans. We do not pay for them to come to us, but we pay to send the books back. That's how the libraries share the cost. And I reduced it by $100 because that should be just perfect for the number of interlibrary loans that we do each month. General office supplies, I decreased that by about 1,000. I move the money around back and forth between different accounts every year, depending on what we're doing more in or less in. Whenever we do get state grants and aid money, we can use that money for a lot of our general office supplies. So, janitorial supplies, I decreased by 500 from what we spent this year. 2,000 should work for us just fine. Fuel stays the same. Library materials stays the same. Travel and schools, I decreased that by about 1,000. When we increased that, we had people going through and taking courses that were being paid for. We have one more course for Marissa to finish, and then she will have her Class 1 certification for the state of New Mexico, which makes her eligible to be a director in a small library. Amanda already received hers.
Where's the travel and schools at? I guess I got lost.
It is under 5/20/20.
Do you have continuing education requirements to maintain your certifications?
No, we do not. Because my certification is a state certification, it's not from me having a master's degree in library science. It's from me having taken the test to be certified.
Okay.
Once you take that test and get certified, you keep that
For
forever.
life.
However, because so many of the people that work in the library, in fact, everyone but myself, does not have any background in libraries.
Yeah.
And so we spend a lot of money
Yeah.
on training them and giving them courses because everything changes in libraries constantly.
Right.
And so we have them take courses and webinars, et cetera, go to conferences so that they keep up to date on all the different things going on in libraries.
Okay.
Can we go back up to utilities?
Yes, and I can't speak to them because I don't even see the bills, so.
I think it's weird you got $800 in gas for the year.
Oh, now that is for that $800
Yeah,
for gas.
Zero.
That is for,
natural gas,
oh,
heating.
Yeah.
The heating
Yeah.
and the utility.
But then your VO water bill,
well, we,
I hear you're giving water away to people.
I was not purposely giving water away to anyone. They were taking it without permission. But since we got the HVAC system,
Mm-hmm.
it's been quite a difference. It's regulated, and the temperature stays between, I believe it's 68 and 72, whether it's winter or summer. And it'll click on the heater or the air conditioner, whichever one is needed. And I think that has helped regulate everything.
No, it's awesome. I just.
And the
it's
gas, I
messed
think
up.
that's only for the water heater.
Is it an all-electric system that we put over there? I thought it was gas.
Well,
Okay.
that would be gas.
Yeah, you do have gas running to your components out back.
We'll just have to check into that, but
Well, I don't know. I'm on that average bill.
oh, yeah.
And I'm overpaid. And I've talked to
gas
several
bill
other
is-
people and their bills have dropped. I think they
Our gas
overcharged.
bill is very light.
Yeah, I think they overcharged last year.
I was just gonna give you a hard time about giving away water.
It certainly was not done purposely, and we are not usually there at the hour of the evening.
Yeah, that's wild. She's
That it was
doing it
taken.
every year. We didn't even know it.
Who found
Hear about
that
that?
out?
Lady that had a trailer, she was loading up, I don't know how many hundreds of gallons,
I think it was a 1,500.
1,500 gallon tank. And she doesn't even live in the village, but they come and stay and they just stop, they don't have water where they're at and they just use that water every year. And they said it's free.
I believe she said Counselor Sanchez said she could do it.
It's Counselor Sanchez. Everybody's calling him Sanchez. I don't know what that means, but, well, he used to be the utility director. He knows. Okay.
So I apologize for skipping over the utilities. It's just not something I know about because I don't get the bill. So the next is equipment rental, and that is it stays the same. That's for the 2 copiers that we have. Equipment maintenance agreement, that amount is staying the same. I may change that next year. That money had gone to overages for both the copiers. However, I had made a deal with them whenever they had replaced them this last time to average the amount that we had used that previous year into the payment so that we wouldn't have to do the overages.
Now, we charging for copies?
Pardon?
Do we charge for copies?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay, and I didn't see, I don't know where that revenue's listed.
The revenue
153. And there's nothing on there, because that'll be my question when it comes up. At least put $2,000 there or something.
So I'm not sure what it is for those revenues.
we don't have it.
Because I know that the accounts that we put them into, I know what those are.
We don't have anything budgeted in right now.
Yeah.
Got it.
Then we have very low vehicle maintenance because most everything is still under warranty for the van. Building and property maintenance, that went down by about 200. I needed that to balance out the dues and subscriptions. And for the software maintenance, because we have to pay for the firewall every year from our money. It's not part of the village money that pays for that software, because not everyone has it. And so it increased, and so I increased that amount right there. And that, I believe, takes care
A deep freeze?
of everything. An increase.
The deep freeze?
The deep freeze, yes.
What's that?
That's the software.
It's the
Oh, that's the software?
Software.
It's the software.
Never heard of that one. What
So-
is it, what does it do? I mean, it's not like the mangoes or any of that? Is that a
Mayor,
protective?
no, that is actually software that is used for security
Okay,
of the public computers that we have.
okay.
So Matty, I would suggest on the revenue side of at least $2,000 in the fines. Counselor Corey's late books, since he's not here, and services, because I want to make copies over there, and it's cheap. I mean, it's less than, what's his name, Dave's place, to make a
Mayor.
copy off that machine.
Counselor Salas, Mayor, we charge 15 cents a page for black and white copies.
Right.
And then 50 cents a page for colored copies.
Right.
And we do have lots of people that are printing over there because it's cheaper than buying the ink for your own cartridges at home.
For sure.
Especially if you don't print all the
That's what he
time.
was saying is, where's that revenue? We don't have any
We
idea what,
don't have it, and I'll speak with Judy.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we're depositing about $20 a day between fines and prints.
What do you mean, oh, wow?
For a library,
Wow.
that's a lot of
Your
money
Wells
for a
Fargo
small
hooked up
library.
here. Okay,
Because we're not meant to bring income in. But
It's a
that
good
is-
service, I have to admit.
Thank
Like you
you.
said, a lot of people come there and do, especially around tax season too.
Well, and Counselor Salas and Mayor, counselors, what we do for the library, we brought in a new app that's part of our printing software, and you can print from home with that app. You can
Oh, wow.
print from home, you can print from your phone, and so you don't even have to get on one of our computers to be able to print something.
That's great.
It's a good service.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
You're
thank you
welcome.
for everything you do,
Thank you.
and your
And so,
staff.
are you looking at Barnett? Is that who you're looking at for the carpet? Is that right?
Well, I tried
Did you ever
3
get a
different
bid?
places, and Barnett was the only one that gave me a bid.
Yep, sounds about right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We'll be moving on to the convention center on
Okay.
page 94.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Hi.
I guess the first thing we're going to go over is our capital outlay. And I know, I heard you guys talking earlier about the remodel on the restrooms, that I know that Judy wanted to talk to lodgers tax about possibly funding that. And I misspoke earlier. I said it was going to be a 3-month project, but I looked back at Bruce's emails, and it's actually a 2-month, and I have already blocked all of that space, and I added another couple weeks just in case they might go over on that part of it. And then we have the replacement of the carpet in rooms 1, 2, and 3, which Judy allowed us to take out of this year's budget.
Oh, nice.
So, and that's going to be for the smaller rooms. That carpet hadn't been replaced since '09 when we did the remodel. And then we have the RO system, which just isn't working anymore, so they've had to disconnect it. So she's also allowed us to take that out of this year's budget as well. And then the dreaded resurface of the parking lot. We've been, I know the mayor's gone round and round with MCM as far as that goes. So this time she did 500,000, so we're just hoping that we'll be able to get with them and come to an agreement that because it needs it so desperately.
So Bernadine, does that include the lot across from the medians?
So it starts at the median, so it's all of the Lynx parking space, all of the hotel and the convention center, including behind the convention center, and all of that side parking. So it's actually 500 parking spaces. But it's from the median as you drive in, it's that entire area. So it is a big area.
So it's not across, on the west side, I should say.
Yes, it's everything.
Oh, it
Yes,
is
It's the
everything.
entire thing, yes.
Okay.
It's what's considered our common area.
It just
Does,
starts right there at the links.
Does the village own all of that property?
Oh, yeah.
Including the links, yes. We own all of that property, including where the hotel is as well, so.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll continue to work on that, so.
And then back on the restrooms, so you're essentially closing the convention center for 2 months.
Well, what my plan was, right now, we don't have anything booked until, besides our Christmas party, would be until, I believe it's January 22nd or 23rd, and it's New Mexico Hay Association. So if we're going to start this, then I will call her and let her know. And I know that we've had to close the restrooms before when we did our remodel. So we had a deal with Steve that they could either use the hotel's restrooms, or the Parks and Rec also brought over their portables. And so I'll just talk to everybody about that. So far, it's going to affect just those two, but December generally for us is just a very slow month. We
Okay.
usually just have the Christmas party anyway, so. Initially, we were going to have the law enforcement conference, but they moved to November. So, beginning of November, so.
Okay.
I'm hoping that, we'll just, once we get it done, then we won't have the issues like the mayor mentioned earlier of the smell and all of those things, so it'd be nice to just get it done. I wish we would have done it when we did the remodel to the restroom.
Yeah.
It would have all gone together at that time, but I don't know why they decided not to do it at that time.
They said it was, they did some work on the stuff and said they thought they had it at that point.
So are they going to work on both sets of bathrooms simultaneous?
He did mention that he was going to work on the men's and then finish that up and then work on the women's so it would be less downtime for one or the other, so.
Okay, okay.
Well, we don't care if we're closed. You got the
That's what I was
bathroom
thinking.
for the staff in the back.
Yes, we do have the restroom in the kitchen as well.
You gotta knock them out at the same time.
I agree, and I'll visit with him on that, but if I already have the time blocked off, we might as well work on both at the same time,
And
maybe
the
it would be
carpeting at
less.
the same time too?
No, sir, that's coming out of this year's budget, so we are looking at doing that, the latter part of May. So he said it would only take him a few days, so we're
Okay.
gonna go ahead and get that done in the latter part of May. And, and then the rolling dock doors also, Judy has allowed me to take that out of this year's fiscal as well, so. We're just waiting on them to receive the doors, and then we'll try and schedule that for the middle part of June.
That'll be good.
And I think that takes care of our capital outlay. And then, let's see, on our budget, it's still pretty much the same as it has been. I didn't really change much. Ads and publications stayed at 170. Our uniform, well, it's not uniform, it's our laundry expense, which is for all of our linen, skirtings, dust mops, and those types of things. So we left that at 10,000, and then uniforms for the staff, we kept it at 1,500. General office supplies, I only did 600 instead of 800, just because we don't use a whole lot, and we don't really need anything major. And then general supplies, we kept it the same at 8,000. Janitorial, I raised it just a little bit, just because everything has gotten so expensive. So I just raised that by 500. On the non-cap, it's 3,500, and that's just to get Amber and I new computers, because they're both almost 10 years old. And they run super slow. And then utilities, of course, Judy, I don't know if Maddie helped with that. They usually take care of the utility part of it. And contractual services, that's for the common area, and we kept it the same at 16,000. Telephone, it looks like she did 500. I guess that's just for myself through Verizon. And travel and schools, we kept that at 1,000 in the event that we might need it.
You, didn't you used to go to trade shows?
Well, actually, that is through the marketing contract through MCM. They're the ones who do all the marketing for the convention.
Okay, so we are reaching out in other communities.
I don't know if they are, but they do get money from lodger's tax for that. I think that's part of their contract, so.
Bernadine,
Yes,
just
sir.
a quick question. I know in the last years past, you had issues with the grease trap at the convention center. We've had to go over there and do some stuff to it. Is that are you looking to, need to get that replaced?
I did not. We haven't had issues with it in a while. I didn't even really think about that, to be honest. I can look at doing it.
I know there was some work done on
I know that you guys have done the cameras a few times and things like that, so what we started doing is we've started having it, then pump it a couple of times a year, or if it gets too busy, we'll pump it 2 or 3 times, because it's a very small grease trap, so I honestly didn't think about that. I could definitely
I just want to,
think about next year.
It
Yeah.
just clicked in my head, and I'm like, that wasn't on here, but I want to make sure that you were good with it.
Yes, so far we haven't had any issues in a little while, so,
Do you have a deep fryer over there?
yes, sir.
it. Yep.
We do.
But usually you have to bring it, load it, and then unload it and clean it. It's what you're supposed to do. So the contractor, the caterer takes it with them.
Oh,
They do.
they don't dump it there.
No,
It's still, you get particles washed down the drains.
Oh,
anytime you're
sure.
Cleaning anything.
everything, bacon, bread,
Everything.
everything, yeah.
Washing your
So we're
hands.
just having it pumped more often than we used to, so, and it seems to be doing okay, so I didn't even think
No, I
about
just
that.
want to make sure.
I'll put that in my notes.
It usually happens when the rotaries are.
Right.
We do most of those small traps, Bernadine, just so you know, we do most of those small traps quarterly. For
Oh,
most of-
okay.
For most places that we service that have those small grease traps.
Okay.
And we just make sure that they're cleaning all of the leftover debris out of there, not just pumping it and then
Okay.
going to the next one.
Okay, I sure will. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then equipment rental, that went up slightly, and that's just for some of the overages for the copies. Other than that, it's the same. It's just for the copier and the water softener in the kitchen. And building and property, we kept that at 32,000. And software maintenance, of course, that went up on both, and that's for our booking software and our diagramming software, only because it goes up annually. And then now, one of them is charging us tax, and I did talk to Judy about that, and she said that they are allowed to do that, so I went ahead and added the tax in at this time, so it went up a little bit on both. And I think that's everything. What is this? Oh, okay, so did you put something in here for that?
We haven't yet, but we need to.
Okay, and I noticed that earlier. Okay, I'm sorry. So then the next thing is the merchant fees. It doesn't look like we put anything in there. Usually they'll kind of, they'll go through and they'll put in an amount, so we do need to put something in there.
Are we charging back individuals for that?
You know what, we don't, and when I heard you all talking about that this morning, we have most of our room rental is paid by credit card. And it's not just a few $100s, I mean.
Yeah, you got
It's
thousands of dollars.
$5,000.
Well, they're
you know,
3 to
it's-
4%, so that kills, we're doing it on our water bills here at the village, aren't we? We talked,
Payments, yes.
yeah, so we maybe
We ought to
need to.
tack it on. Is that by ordinance or?
So,
We did a resolution on that, but I'll verify. Judy, on the
The merchant fees,
on the fees?
That's what we talked about this morning, Mayor, that we're working on it, and we're working with all the merchant processors to get it processed. Robin's currently working on it. We just have to set, I don't know if would be a resolution or an ordinance that we'd have to set, or we could just charge it ourselves without going through resolution or ordinance.
Yeah,
But we just have to figure out,
That's a
do you
ton
all
of
feel
lost
like
revenue.
3% would be substantial?
how much?
3% would be substantial. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a substantial
That's
loss.
pretty much what everybody does, 3%.
Okay. Do you all feel like that would be the recommendation would be okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
just a flat
Okay.
3%.
All right, we'll keep on working on it, and then I'll see if I need to do a resolution or an ordinance to get to you.
Okay, and also Judy, I'd like to, if you all decide to do that, for me to know as soon as possible so I can reach out to all of these people because they may change their mind. They may not want to pay the 3%, they may want to just send us a check.
Well,
So
thank-
I'd like to let them know right away because we do have so many credit card
So
transactions.
many of them are getting cash back and getting stuff back, and so this way they can write the check.
Okay, so I was just talking to Madison, and what she's going to do, for now, we're going to put $2,000 in there, and we'll just take it from building and property. So it's not really, it's not going to change anything,
A
so,
wash.
yes.
Okay?
Anyone have questions?
Great job.
All right, okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Bernadine?
Thank you.
Wingfield House, this won't take long. Like a walk through history that she has is 15 minutes long or less.
Can't move it a certain way.
Moments in American history. Was it a bug or something? Oh, you did. That's right. I forgot.
I
Okay.
thought you were supposed to have a,
I'm done with the sling, so now I have to start physical therapy.
Oh.
But it's pretty weird.
Good afternoon.
hi.
Y'all look a little dazed. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, yeah.
A lot of numbers.
So this is the Wingfield House. Not a lot of changes for this year. The two big projects I'm going to be working on really don't impact the budget. So we're working on some audio tours, which will be on a free app, and a grant-funded project for touchscreens, so if we get the grant.
You'll get the grant. You're gonna get it.
Hopefully. They keep defunding the department, so we'll see that's supposed to come from. I guess we start with, I don't have any capital requests for this year. For ads and publications, most of that goes straight through the agency. We pay for some, printing our RAC cards and our marketing materials. We pay for paid ads on Facebook and social media. And then whatever else comes along is a good opportunity to put ads into various things. For subscriptions and dues, I upped it slightly simply because we added a new employee this year, and thank you very much for doing that last year.
She's great.
And that'll just, there's a couple of things I want to add for her for dues for professional organizations. I've lowered our postage down a whole $50, so, because we just don't seem to be using it that much, so woohoo. We kept the office supplies same as what we've been having. General supplies, we get our biggest chunk out of that is the store merchandise for our gift shop. Everything else pretty much stayed the same. We're budgeted for education programs at $200 a month. Some months we'll spend more, some months we'll spend less. I did add a line for some traveling trunks. We want to create kind of a museum on the go that teachers can check out with different lesson plans and that kind of stuff. So we just need to get some trunks and objects to put in those. Janitorial supplies. We buy a case of whatever and it lasts us for like 3 years because we're not a huge facility, so we don't have a huge budget there. The non-cap furniture is basically the same as last year, except for I added money for me to get a new computer. I inherited one from someone else and it's getting up there in age, so. Let's see. Utilities, we also have a small gas bill for our I think our water heater and the stove that we use once a year or so. Let's see. We did, I talked to Ron and we were going to get that old Ford Explorer with the KRUI decals up and running. But after discussions last week or whenever it was, Judy said we should get a used vehicle out of this year's budget. So we're going to try to get a small SUV or something that we can use and the radio station can use. So, for example, in May, we're going to be hauling tents and tables and stuff around to 3 different events.
You ought to get a four-wheel drive one, someone,
And then we were trying to get a 4-wheel drive so Greg can
in
get up
case
to the tower.
tower goes out and he can get up there.
He had a hike last night, so I think he's
Went
looking
out
forward
last
to it.
Your Cadillac wouldn't make it up there?
So,
Come on.
So the Cadillac will.
the Cadillac might, but he's not going to take it up there.
Yeah.
So that would be a shared vehicle between both of us. So I added an account for fuel and maintenance. Don't know what that's actually going to be in real time because we haven't had one. So let's see. Our contractual services line item is our alarm service. Telephone for me to have a cell phone. Travel and schools is for basically for me to go to a conference. The one I was going to this year got canceled, so I haven't used it this year. But training and development, I doubled that because I spent all of that on Jolie this year, and I didn't get to do much. So because we did add that extra position, and then the vehicle maintenance, and then building and property maintenance. I think it's the same as what we had last year. We've added some money to it to pay for the new railing that's going around the back. So
Yeah, and
this
that's coming
doesn't-
out of where?
The building and maintenance, 52,107.
The 6,000?
So
6,000
that 2,100 that's in there now is for this year for that railing project. That'll be out of this fiscal year.
Is that going
So-
to pay for that? I thought it was
Building and property
12,000.
maintenance.
The railing project, we're doing that this,
Yeah, that'll be
This year.
this fiscal year.
it's like 14,000 and I can't
For the
remember.
railing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Is it all ADA
It's a
compliant?
good job if you can get it.
Well,
It's so you
it's
don't
metal.
fall and break your arm,
It's a metal.
We're trying to make it safer.
Gotcha.
or both arms, as the case
I
may
think it was
It's
four,
on top of that little,
Yep.
it's a little curved
It's
wall.
right here, yeah, that,
Madison's, that, it was about 14, wasn't it? 12 or 14?
Yeah.
We already
Okay.
have the purchase order in.
Yep.
okay,
Where the work
good,
is.
okay, thank you.
Let's see. Software is our Past Perfect, is our collections database. I also have a couple of computer archive type stuff I use for research, so that's in there. And we also have merchant fees that go through our Clover system for our gift shop, so.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Didn't take long. Okay,
August. Yeah.
all right, thank
Thank
you,
you, guys.
Stephanie.
Yeah, The radio stuff, that's really good too.
And here is Department of the Quota.
All right.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Yes, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
The radio station is in its own fund, it's another,
General.
subsidized by the general.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The budget's pretty much stayed basically what it was last year. We've added in the subscriptions and dues, there has been an increase on that. I'm looking to add a couple of AI voiceover services, the Artist IO, the MotionRay.com, and then also looking to join the New Mexico Broadcasters Association. So those are $480 annual for the Artist.io, $360 for the Motion Array, and then $100 for the fees for the New Mexico broadcast. Those are our new expenses this year. What the AI voiceover is for is just to add, take away my voice from being everything you hear, just adding additional options for me to make the radio sound better, so.
Greg, are you running the music that's playing in Midtown?
I monitor it and control it. I believe that's under Parks and Rec, as far as the system itself.
But you're physically controlling?
Yeah, I check it daily, and if there needs to be any announcements or whatever, I do that at the studio and load it.
Okay.
The contractual services, that increased a little bit with the addition, 99.1 has in contract. I believe it's a 4% annual increase. This year, I was able to talk to them, and we only did a 2% increase, or they agreed to a 2% because of we had some issues with the signal a couple of times last year, so we were able to get that to a 2% increase as opposed to the 4% that's in the contract. Other than that, everything else, travel and schools, 1,500. Haven't used any of that yet. I'm hoping with the New Mexico Broadcasters Association membership, there's some opportunities for schooling and that type of stuff. I don't know if that's off-site or availability online. So that's, with that, membership gives some training possibilities. So we've left that the same as well.
You know, the 99.1, I think that's given a lot more people access to our programs like Monday with the Mayor. I got in Tom Letterman's truck the other day and
it was on.
listening.
That's great.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
So, and he loves the music, so.
Yeah. Well, and FM is a huge advantage. I mean, most people
Well, I
in a
can't
car
get
listen.
1490 in my car. I stream it.
Right.
But it's nice to be able
Yeah,
to have it in my car.
It gives multiple options.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, that's really good.
Yeah. And a vehicle would be nice. Yesterday, 1490 went off there right as I was going out. Just was a power outage, and I didn't get my Cadillac up the road. I had to park at the bottom of the hill and hike up the hill, but we got her back on. It was just a matter of flipping a switch.
So,
Any questions?
I'm looking for the revenue.
Oh, revenue, we've got, it was in here listed at 5,000 annually. There will be an increase. I've actually already lined up a couple additional advertisers.
I'm just not finding it.
It looks like 43,650 is advertising. Yeah, page 99 or 98.
Total. Just missing.
It's the page before the expenses.
Okay. Because that's what we need to decide if we want to do. You know, we talked about it. Did we ever find out if that guy was still available?
I haven't reached out to him, I believe he would still be available. Myself personally, I think there might be a better option. I've got to look into some other avenues on that. When we brought it up, he never returns calls. So as far as that source, I don't feel comfortable.
As for a salesman?
Yeah, he
We were
was
looking
gonna
at
do
a
it for
contract.
commission only but we do get quite a few people that ask.
Right.
And we
And
just
everybody
always
that-
kind of said, no, we're,
Yeah, and everybody, I say everybody, but majority of the people that come in, like are guests on your show, if it's an advertising option, the chamber, I always, offer services. And we have gotten a few. I'm trying to get some sponsorships for shows. That hasn't panned out, but like Hasse Contract Construction, that's a big one that I picked up for their two construction projects that they're doing with the state. I think that's going to come out to about $15,000 to $20,000 advertising.
you see, I think that we can have that if we just limit it where we're not all commercials.
Right, yeah.
But a lot of the offices, that's what they're telling. We're actually building up a big enough audience, and they do like the music choice. It's not over or under for offices, and then they get the emergency warnings and all that. So I think there's now maybe getting close to the time. Before, I just didn't feel like we had a whole lot to sell. But now then, it will generate listeners too.
Right. And it's something I've been in talks with Bernadine with the convention center, working out a package deal that they can sell their people that come in, especially if it's a for-profit type convention.
Yeah.
Have a radio package that's easy to put in, so we don't have to have a salesperson trying to sell it. Here's an option you have for you. That's all I got, unless, we want to talk about a vehicle, but I always mention the Cadillac.
Well, I do think when y'all get a shared vehicle, it needs to be one that he can get around.
And I mentioned that too.
Because
Stephanie.
we have him down there on, when we have emergencies, when we have floodings, we have all this stuff he's having to get down there. And
Yeah, and on the floodings, I just make sure I'm across the river and
Early.
I'm at the station.
Or driving your mom's.
Yeah, exactly.
And
But
going to get in his mom's car. So
Yep.
when we look at that, we need to get the right vehicle for
Yeah,
that.
just got to be able to clear the curb and make it up a dirt road to the tower is the main thing, and four-wheel drive. And I discussed that with Stephanie, the needs that we need with the radio station.
Yeah. That sounds like a Bronco Raptor to me.
I agree.
They had the new Escalade,
Yeah, I think the Escalade would be ideal.
The what? Escalade?
An Escalade, yeah.
But the V-Series.
The V-Series, yeah.
V-Series.
We're on the same page.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thanks
Great
a
job,
lot,
Madison.
Greg.
Love it.
Keep up the great work.
So we're at our halfway, or whatever junction.
Woo.
So we'll, go ahead and break. And, 'cause we've got the, aviation dude I ought to go to. And, we're gonna meet with the guy that's there with the FAA that, what's his name? Not Tim, but Michael. Just drugged me over there and said, the mayor and I want to talk to you about the FAA grant for the new terminal. He said, oh, okay.
The guy out of Dallas, yes. Yep.
So.
I saw him in Santa Fe when we were there for the Lincoln County days, so.
Okay. So that's exciting. Maybe we can get an inside track on that.
That'd be great.
Ron's always on the hustle, huh?
It's his middle name.
I like it.
Oh, no, it's Superfly. I'm sorry.
Superfly.
It's not Mr. Hustle, it's Superfly.
Super.